It seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Which part?
Yo. How you guys doing this fine evening? YouTube chat. Twitch chat. Daniil. 5,500. Thanks for the 5,500. And the big prime. 9 months. Big rules? I mean, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. KB Hyper. Dude, is it good? I haven't looked at it. I haven't been able to look at it. You can already smell the Burger King foot fungus. Big source. Hey, sorry I was late tonight, but I did warn you on Discord. On Discord, I'm like, I'll probably be late. Because the KO is fighting against the Sylvaneth outside. And it's loud enough that it bothers me and can almost kind of be picked up on the mic. One moment, please. Alright, apologies. What a big old sneeze. Actual AoS news has been hype. Dude, it has been hype. I didn't stream Saturday, but aside from that, it's been day. An eerie day. And, I mean, the news will continue. We got 30 days of HeyWoah streams in a row. Which sometimes means, look, they might not be that long. But I think it's rather nice. It's a good routine to it. Like, oh shit, we got a... Every day, it's a little tiny Christmas. So we get to talk about it and look at it. Go on a walk and stuff. Get a routine going down. Listen to the P5 music outside the coffee and curry. We're looking forward to the tier list at the end. Who got the best shit? We could do that if I did a tier list at the end. I don't know if it would be like the best, as in the most powerful. Because the sense I get from the community, and it's one that I share, is not only do I not particularly care who has the quote-unquote best rules, I don't even want my army to have the best ones. I just want to have fun stuff that actually works. I would prefer being somewhere in the middle. If it was some kind of win percent thing, I don't really give a shit. And, I don't know, if your rules are too good, then nobody wants to play against you, and where's the fun in that? Jeez, it really is a dad game, huh? Not gonna spoil it? Alright, well, look forward to it. You've been enjoying these almost everyday streams. Reminds you of when 4th is about to drop? Yeah, the upward swell of hype and excitement and news. And then they, like, pulled the dunk tank. But leading up to it was hype. Good memories involved in that one. I was, like, in the background, number crunching and bean counting and looking at the stream numbers every day and being like, okay, tomorrow I gotta plan on doing this and doing that. We got 100 yesterday, we got 100 today. Trying to go for the partner push. And I did it, thanks to the help of all of you. Became a partner, had 3 months in a row of like 100 average streams.
Relaxing.
And then the addition kind of ran out like a balloon, right?
It like we connoisseurs do.
Anyway, and then the addition kind of farted out like a balloon. But leading up to it was sick. So Norwegian dude, thanks to the 5 tier 1s. Appreciate it. That I talked through. Anyway, TY for the 5. Hope it lands on nice people. What's better about these is we have a better baseline for the game, so less uneducated opinion from the masses, i.e. me. Hey, look, a lot of these armies I'm not terribly familiar with. And, you know, I consider it the mark of a reasonable person to say when they don't know something or they're not an expert and go out and find that information or defer to somebody who is. And so a lot of times I'm asking in chat, hey, who plays this army? Is this good? Chat, is this real? Cruel summer, am I right? Yeah, it's so hot outside. Absolutely disgusting. Oh yeah, I assumed you meant best meant like most fun or coolest or most needed or whatever. That was my assumption. I just wanted to go off on a talking point in any case. Ahem. Hoping these little injections are proof they're working on actually fun late edition tomes and that the current ones are just lame because they have printing deadlines. I mean, that's a lot of it right there. But I feel that these little injections are them doing what they can do with the pipeline and schedule that they have to address the things that people asked for in general, right? The battle tomes are boring, they're just the indexes again. Okay, well, they were clearly a rush job, and most of them were probably done a while ago. Well, what can we do now in the system that we're in? Well, we have a GHB coming out. We could put extra stuff in that as almost a little DLC for all the battle tomes. Yeah, all right, well, that seems to be right in front of us, so we can try to do that, and they are. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Man, I feel so bad. My sleep schedule has been destroyed the past week. I've just been tired all the time. I even tried to take a nap twice. And I don't know. I feel like there's two types of people. One type of person can just take a nap. And then they're like, oh, nice, that was a nice nap. I feel better. And then there's me. I'm the other type of person. If I take a nap for any reason, whenever I wake up, I feel like I got hit by a truck. Actually in a car accident. And it like ruins me for the rest of the day. And I don't know, it's kind of always been like that. You enjoy a nap at the same time you get into that deep sleep when you do. You need some time to rest from your nap. Maybe that's it. Constant streaming. Thanks for the 5 stream watch streak. Appreciate it. You spin the roulette whenever you take a nap. Sometimes good, sometimes real bad brain. Oh, okay. Been a while since a nap makes a dent in anything for you. Anyway, I've learned, I mean, I didn't need to learn this lesson again, but I feel if you feel like you need to take a nap, it means you did something wrong in the past. There's something else is screwed up that you gotta fix. And it probably won't help. So hey, maybe I'll do that. Anyway, I wonder if I can read today. You missed the last couple of streams. How was Nighthaunt and whatever other faction that was revealed? That was Cities of Sigmar. Cities had some good stuff. Nighthaunt had... Oh, Nighthaunt was Black Coach looking good. Other... Kurdos, not so great. Don't see a reason to run him. But Black Coach looking cool. Cities was weird, and I don't know enough about Cities to say whether it was good or not. I was, as always, a little disappointed that it was kind of racially divided up. I liked the mixing pot Cities, and I'm sad that it, you know, we never really got it in the game. But I don't know, I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't know what the effect of those rules will be on those units. I thought Pontiflex was really good, and then they gave us a much more expensive but like tactically strong Pontiflex as well, which almost seems like a decision to make now between the two, instead of just take the shittiest war scrolls and make them great. So that was a weird one. And they took the cavalry that I heard complaints about, and I don't think they made them better. So it was a mixed bag. I don't know what's going on with it. And then they got some sub-faction rules and stuff like that that I don't play the army enough to know if they're good or not. Anyway, kind of a mixed bag, but better than not doing it. They seemed okay, and then some news came out today that made them seem much worse. Oh. Well, maybe I'll... Oh, that's right. They were, we were going to learn a little more about the GHB today, not just Krule Boyz. Yesterday, I believe they mentioned that we're going to learn how something or other works in the GHB, so I'm kind of looking forward to that one. You know, this isn't a big exercise stream, but you hit a new PB on your pull-ups. Look, just because I don't exercise, although I should, doesn't mean I don't support personal betterment. It's simply the correct thing to be doing, and if you're not, you're wrong. It's just I'm wrong, right? Congratulations. It shows dedication, perseverance, personal responsibility. All that shit's good. Pull-ups are also one of the strange sort of exercises because since it functions on body weight, humongous strong men are terrible at pull-ups. Like if you lift more weights and lift more weights and get bigger and get bigger and get stronger, you're also getting heavier. And so you just stay terrible at pull-ups forever. It's sort of like you have any arm strength whatsoever and don't weigh a lot, okay, then you'll be great at pull-ups. You're banking on robot body in the future? Same. Upload me today. The cavalry got better, it just needs some synergy with the rest of the army. Okay, well that's good to hear then. You just installed Persona 5 the other day, in part because of this song, your first JRPG. Well, as you play it, you will notice that it's very Japanese. Some JRPGs are like lowercase JRPG. The Persona series is one of those capital J RPGs.
Great job, King.
Anyway, I hope you like it. It's very easy to make fun of, but in an endearing way. Ortorius, thanks to the tier 1. 46. We might need a bigger big. Bear Grylls redeemed Switch hats for $69.69. I will then. I will switch hats for the news. Damn, part 2 of this stream, I don't know if it's because I took a nap and got hit by a car. Might be DJ HeyWoah spins some tracks and I dodge DMCA from YouTube. And just chill out and get music played to and watch rats get killed. Might not be very exciting. I know the Autismo Factory is perhaps more exciting, but I don't know if I have the energy for it. I'm just so destroyed. I don't know what it is. Persona 4 Gold, goated, true, yeah. P4 was goated for sure. I love Dojima. Rietardo Dojima. One of the worst fathers. No, not really, but just a comically bad father guy. Slam a hoot and jug of coffee to combat it. Coffee doesn't work. Caffeine doesn't do anything to me. I drink it to go through the motions if it's early in the morning, but it doesn't actually do anything to my body. It doesn't like wake me up or anything. I'm fucked. I gotta ride it out. Benzel redeemed. Okay, so we got a meme ad and we gotta switch hats. And fuck, I keep sneezing. I gotta I'm gonna blow my fucking nose. I'm gonna stand up, walk over there, march right up to the front desk, and demand a tissue. Please enjoy a commercial. I'll be right back. Sorry for this weird start.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Queen.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get.
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before?
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds. with American cheese and
cream,
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation. And there is
More real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
Is that Armin Tanzarian? That's right. What are you on season 7 now, CJ? Of the Ancient Simpsonians? You drink it to get the night stank from your mouth in the morning. The heat is more effective than the caffeine. Yeah, I think I agree. And plus, I just like coffee. Yes, sir. Nice. Just about to find out who killed Mr. Snurub. Okay, Mr. Snurub. And what's your first name? Man, I just want to look at these rules. We don't have to go for a long walk every time. Let's just look at the rules, you know? Show me. All right. It's the goddamn news. Oh, and real quick, you like P5, you just didn't vibe with Andy, with many party members. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. The P4 cast was simply superior to me. Look, I like the doctor. Teacher was okay. Didn't like Anne. Didn't like Ryuji. Didn't like the artist kid. I liked your foster uncle guy. Who's that autistic girl? I liked her. The shut-in. Kawakami was sublime. Oh yeah, I like the politician actually. No good Torah, right? I like the politician guy and his whole story. Sun Arcana, yeah. I did not like the talking cat, but it wasn't. I mean, Teddy was worse, so that's a point for P5, right? The talking cat, yeah, the talking cat. What was it? What was its name? It fucked me up because it had a female voice actor, but then it kept calling itself him. And my brain wasn't able to put it into a category, and it annoyed me. The fuck was its name? Morgana, that's it. And it had a girl name. Fuck you. Pick a lane. Anyway, yeah, Morgana, that's right. But Teddy was so much worse that it's not even in the same universe. Like, Teddy was so bad. Tell you this much, if a talking cat told me to go to bed, I'd put that sucker, yeah, punt it like a football, true. And in Persona 4, there was really only one bad dating option, right? And that was Yukiko, right? That was the only bad choice. Everything else was a good choice. The Taxi 2 stock. Yeah, fuck Yukiko. The worst. The only bad choice. And the worst choice. Anyway, Scourge a Guy ran. It's a cruel world. What's this? Looks like some cunning rules for the cruel boys. They had better be dead, sneaky, and well stabby. Lewis, the swamp caller shaman, will fill you in on all the good stuff. Look at his face. I see you're trying to read this fucking bullshit as well. You're trying to read words written as if they're supposed to be spoken as cruel boys as well. And this is the pain that we are now both sharing. Hey, all right.
I ain't doubting you, boss. Sure you is, Rosgib. Scumdrek interrupted the other snatcher boss with a snort. He leant forwards in Slopclaw's saddle, flipping a battered old coin before glancing at his subordinate. Speak up. Only... The other Orc grunted, looking back at the battle line. Gutrippers and Bolt Boys fought off the mounted Humies attacking them, but their enemies were emboldened, one of them hollering about nearby reinforcements. It made the lads antsy. Some were already looking to slip away. Should we have bet Brocker that we could deal with these gits without the Merc Creepers? You think some no-name tribe can get one over on Scumdrek? The venerable Orc snorted before giving a whistle. Shapes moved further down the swamp path. The Humie boss turned to hail his newly arrived allies, only to be met with a prowling mob of cruel boys, their mounted chief clutching the severed head of a knight. Rosgib blinked. They ain't our lads. Sure they is, Scumdrek said. Brocker never said we couldn't recruit from his lot. What you offer 'em? Brocker's head. Scumdrek grinned. He clapped Rosgib's shoulder before hefting his snatcher stick. Come on, let's go have some fun.
Let's go have some fun. Come on. Bosses, we cringy.
Oh, big.
Oh, these are the bits, Sortorius. Didn't realize the Cruel Boys were located half a mile from Bumblyshire and a stroll from Pimbabrook. Yep, that's what the Orcs is in this game. Hooligans, the lot of them. How many takes that took? Yeah, he did a good job. These aren't professional voice actors. They're just guys in the office building that they're like, be on camera for a minute or you're fired. And they did a pretty decent job. Ahem. Emerging from the Fawatid marshes of Gairan are two new battle formations. Swamp Horde Bullies rewards your Cruel Boys with extra attacks when they gang up on an enemy unit. Some might say that was a bit cowardly, but to these Orcs, it's a cunning manure. Maroon 5. It's dead sneaky. The hilarious bad-mouthing baiters. Any baiters in the chat? Keys into the dirty tricks rule. So good are these Cruel Boys at hurling insults and other unsavory things that they goad the enemy into making rash moves that inevitably lead to pain and suffering. Goad? Until your next turn, they must attack each Avil, and they can't attack you? The new monstrous traits come in 3 flavors. Meaner, sneakier, and tougher. Mean monsters get a nasty +1 attack, all the better to eat you with. Sneaky monsters can, once per battle, move out of combat in the hero phase without taking any damage, while tough monsters reduce the rend of enemy weapons that hit them. All three of those sound good, by the way. Absolute Moonman, thanks for the $10 on YouTube. I click like. Thanks a lot. You know, people all over the world are kind of hard on the British, they say. They clearly need even more hate for whatever that was that I just had to hear. Thanks for the $10. Appreciate it. Last but not least are two new War Scrolls, Swamp Boss Scumdrek and the Kill a Boss on Great Nash Tooth. The latter's new abilities are arguably some of the most entertaining in the Scourge of Gyran series, as they enable him to slink off the battlefield, reappear elsewhere, pounce onto an enemy hero, and drag them off into the undergrowth. Meanwhile, Swamp Boss Scumdrek, already a keen gambler, has taken to wagering with his own boys. Now, when they fail to enact a dirty trick, he gains a chip, a betting disc, if you will, which he can use to influence the outcome of other dirty tricks. Slopclaw has also learned a new skill, thrashing his tail around to knock enemies off their feet, making them easy prey for him and his master. Slopclaw is a gambler, huh? Now, before I get to this, there is some General's Handbook stuff that we were told that we would see today. I'm going to do that before I look at those War Scrolls. General's Handbook fact number 3, all-out attack and all-out defense are two of the most used commands in the game. And they're being updated. Updated or downdated? Hopefully downdated. All-out attack is fine, all-out defense is too good. The former confers the same benefits as before, but it comes at a price. -1 to your save. Brutal. Better hope their aggressive advances are enough to finish off the enemy before they hit back. I mean, that's usually the case. Yeah, that's what happens. Most of the time, you don't expect to have anyone swinging back because you've killed them. Now it just means you're punished after you fuck up with your rolls, right? Like, if your rolls are bad, then you're even more so punished for that, right? Which is fine, I think. Depends on how long the -1 to save lasts for, right? If it's just that combat phase, then whatever. If it lasts longer than that, then that's a concern. Meanwhile, the defensive bonus for all-out defense now only applies to a specific attack ability rather than for an entire phase. So you'll need to think very carefully about when to raise your shields. No, you won't. You won't have to think very hard at all. It'll be really obvious. And then you'll still die. Also, hey, any Night Hunt players? What's a penalty to your save? What is that? A penalty to your save? How does that work? Is that subtraction? No, we don't do that here. You roll what it says on the tin. It's not a buff, but everyone else got nerfed, so we're relatively better off. Thanks all for the Scourge Guy around GHB. Be sure to return tomorrow. The article will be quite humorous. So, OBR is in the bone. OBR perhaps. This original article suggested the unit size is 5. That would be too cunning even for the Krule boys, and the correct unit size is 1. Okay, I don't know what they're talking about there, but it wasn't part of the version that I read. So, Stealth Bone Splitters re-release. Jesus. Laugh tracks. Decent buff for shooting armies. Yeah, I mean, getting -1 to your save doesn't matter at all if you're ranged, right? Conceivably. But again, not a buff, just everything else made slightly worse. I need to know exactly how this thing works before I can say whether it's really good or really bad, but it does feel like a little tiny change. Enhance. Oh, it was for the Cav hero. Okay. Faction Krule's rule boys. Swamp Horde bullies. Once per turn army, any combat phase. Gangin' up. Any combat. Once per turn army. Okay, so each combat phase. Pick friendly Krule boy to be the target. The unit must be in combat with an enemy unit that is in combat with another friendly Krule boys unit. Okay, so it has to be two boys, one enemy. Kragnos cannot be picked to be the target. How come? Well, I thought he was cool in every army. Anyway, good work. That's fine. So they could have said in this paragraph, they could have said non-monster Krule boy, right? If they were afraid of Kragnos. And I think in the past they might have written something like that. But instead they're just like, we just don't want you to use Kragnos. So they just say you can't use that one guy and let you use his whole category if you feel like it instead. I like this better. Fine. Anyway, good work. For the rest of the turn, add one of the attack characteristics targets melee weapons. But it is one Krule boy unit. It's not both of the ones in combat. It's one of the two. Right? Pick a friendly Krule boys unit to be the target. The unit must be in combat with enemy unit and another friendly Krule boys. And then add one to just the target. So one of your two guys gets +1 to their attacks characteristic. And this happens before anyone fights. So on the opponent's turn, you pick one guy to gang up, give him bonus attacks, and that's the one your opponent kills first, so it doesn't do anything. Although there is a little bit of gamesmanship maybe there. On your turn, you know, you just smash, right? So anyway, cool and good. I like it. It is a little awkward on your opponent's turn, but you can kind of play balls and cups with it sometimes. And +1 attacks is just a great buff. And no rolling, no spending CAs or anything. Shit's good. Yeah, not only that, don't forget, you do have Dirtum tricks, which can change the dynamic of that as you see fit. Cool. Yeah, I like it. Ganging up is good. Hey, well, all of defense, I think it will work like current rules for Space Marines. Yeah, that's probably the case. They like to steal rules from 40k that are bad and put them into AoS. Not that this one is. I've just seen them do it. How does it work? We have strike last for opponent's turn? Yes. Yeah. Even better. The targeting one unit from your army that was selected as the target of one or more of the attacking unit's attacks, instead of all attacks in the phase. One weapon, one unit. Because they said they said attack, right? They didn't say weapon profile. Either way, it's fine. It means ganging up on people is better. Ganging up on people is better than it used to be. And when you gang up on someone, you project a lot of your power into one place, which is generally weak. And a little harder to pull off. So you should get something for it. Fair enough. Yeah, it said one attack ability. So that would mean, well, everything's ability keyworded, right? So that would be that the entire unit. Yeah. All the weapons from that thing. Anyway, good shit. A lot more things will die. But that's fine. Anyway, Swamp Horde bullies. Good work. Bad-mouthing baiters. Got some videotapes to return. Once per return. Shooting phase. Pick friendly Krule boy unit to be the insult hurler. The hulking hurler? Pick a visible enemy unit within 18 of it to be the target, a little close, then make a dirty trick roll. Till the start of your next turn, each time the target uses a move ability and does not end that move closer to the insult hurler than it was at the start of the move, inflict d6 mortal damage on it. Sick. And it is a dirty trick. Brand new dirty trick, huh? Pick a friendly Krule unit to be the... So it doesn't have to be a ranged unit. It just has to be whatever. And this is an interesting way of causing your opponent to have to make a choice between moving in a direction they don't want to and just taking d6 mortals. Okay, this ability is cool and interesting. But I still... Yeah, I would have to play this army. I don't know which dirty tricks you're always using, how many is too many, how quickly it becomes a 5-up, all this other stuff. Giving you a new one to roll for... Like, I like it. I think it's cool. But in the place of an entire sub-faction, I don't know. And a lot of the times your opponent is going to, like, be able to show that they very technically got 1 millimeter closer to you while still going in the direction they were going to anyway. And so even when it works, sometimes it won't work, really. I think no. But it's a good idea. It's kind of neat. I just don't know that I'm taking it over, you know, ganging up or something, some other one. If it was just another dirty trick in the bag, then whatever. But monstrous traits: -1 from the rend characteristic of weapon attacks target this unit. Both ranged and melee. Toughen is great. Love to see it. Add 1 hit rolls for attacks made with the companion weapons, essentially Black Clatterhorn from 2 editions ago. Meanin'. That's okay if you have a fighting monster. I don't know if you do. Your monsters seem to be buff wagons in this army. But maybe not. And Sneaky Un. Once per battle. Can use the normal move or retreat as if it were your movement phase in the enemy hero phase. And it's free. And it doesn't do damage. Potentially really good. I think I would just take Toughen, probably. I think Toughen's probably the choice. And it's a fine choice. It's a fine choice it is. You move your unit towards your archers anyways. However, rather than full moving all, you have some trail behind the nearest guy in the unit closer than before. You don't damage him, yeah. Yeah, there are ways to game it as the opponent. You love to see monsters' traits back. It's just free. It's absolute free bonuses, and Toughen's a good one. Ganging up, kind of good too. And what about the War Scrolls? Swamp Bouse Scumdrock. Imagine a world where you get a choice between 3 good things that just work. I don't think that's ever happened in 10 years and 30 armies. That there were legitimately 3 good choices inside some heading. Like for artifacts or traits or whatever the fuck. I don't know, someday they could do it. What does Scumdreck do? Well, he's slow, and he has a bad save, and he doesn't have a ward. So, already not in love with the scum. But, he has 15 wounds. Snatch a Stick. Crit Mortal. 5 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1-2. And 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1-3. So Crit Mortal on both of these, it's 11 attacks. You're going to look for like 1 or 2 6s. Do some mortal slaps. Kind of bad hit rolls. Can Can you tell me the point cost? 250 for this guy. Rigged the odds. To be fair, slow, bad save, and no ward is basically the whole army. Well, that much is true. The first time you fail a dirty trick roll each turn, give this unit 1 betting disc, please. Each time you make a dirty trick roll for an ability that targets a unit wholly within 12 of this unit, you can spend any number of betting chips. For each betting chip you spend, add 1 to the dirty trick roll. And it's you can, right? So each time you make the roll. So do I see the result of the roll before I add 1 to it? Is my question. I think you do. Because it says each time you make the roll. That means you have rolled the die, right? And then now you're looking at it. And then you can add the 1, which is good. But you can't do it on the same one, because you have to actually fail that roll to get the chip. And if it's failed, then you lost your window of opportunity to add to it, as far as I read this. Anyway, he's interesting that he affects your dirty trick rolls. You really, really wish you had rigged odds on something that wasn't 250 points, though. And a unique named hero. Once per turn army, any combat, thrashing tail. Roll a die if the roll is less than or equal to the number of models in the target unit. For the rest of the turn, each time this unit uses attack, all the attacks target the same enemy unit. Those attacks score crits on 5s instead of 6s. And on companion. Okay, so thrashing tail is actually quite the ability. That's actually quite the nice ability. Die roll is less than or equal to the number of models in the target unit. As long as you're fighting an actual unit, this guy kind of crits on 5s for free, which is sort of nice. Each time you make a dirty trick roll for an ability that targets a unit wholly within 12 of this unit. Yeah, that is a downside, isn't it? I don't know all of your dirty tricks. Holy 12 is kind of close too. Yeah. Some of the dirty tricks don't target a unit. You know? Well, maybe they do. Did they target a unit? Are we... You know what? I think. Bum ba bum dum ba bum bum bum. I don't have the thing for this because it's DMCA'd. Oh, and I was about to look at that thing, but that's wrong because that isn't... That's the old one, and the index got updated. Hold on. Extended. Extended. Check the tape. Wow, it's such a long check the tapes. Scrolling, download section. These tapes are really being checked. This fucking website. Downloads, Age of Sigmar. Search downloads. Krule. Only Scourge Guy ran is shown. Oh, that's because it's because all the orcs are in one fucking faction pack, which is dumb. All right, click download. Looking dun 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 dun. Weird. Jingle. Still looking. The world's longest tape checker. All right, and Ironjaws happens to be first, scrolling past it. All right. Poof. Krule Boyz. Should be above this. Dirty tricks. Here we go. Nope. Heroic traits. There we are. All right, we did it. We did it. All right, the first dirty trick is on a 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. 1 per phase. Pick an infantry to be the target. Crits on a 5. That's a good one. That causes your damage for the army. A lethal surprise. Taco Bell. Once per turn army, any charge phase. Pick an enemy unit that charged this turn. And then D3 mortals in addition for there's a turn. They can't do the +1 damage thing. You almost certainly won't be within 12 of that one unless they're charging Scumdrek himself. So that one's probably off the table. Moving phase, sneaking, pick a friendly Krule Boyz unit, 10 or fewer models, not in combat. And then you can teleport. And then Noisy Racket, pick an enemy unit in combat with any friendly Krule Boy units to be the target. They have strike last. Once again, you probably won't be wholly within 12 of that. Okay, so the dirty tricks that are rigged shrink from the entire board to just in a holy bubble around Scum. And that's very good for venom weapons. Probably not going to be for Noisy Racket or Lethal Surprise. And for Sneaky, it'll send them places, but it won't get them from one place to another, probably. Depending. And he's a big old liability, right? Slow, bad save, dies to everything. Good against hordes of guys, I guess. Not a wizard. No ward. You do get betting chips no matter where you fail the dirty trick. It's just to use them, it has to be wholly around him. I don't know. I don't know about him. I think maybe. Maybe for just the 2 of them. 250 is a decent chunk, though. General Grizzly, I think it's $2. Use Age of Index so you don't have to scroll. Yeah, I probably should put that in a bookmark, shouldn't I? You know, I want to try to interact with GW's own site if I can, but it's such an obnoxious fucking mess that I should just use Age of Index. You're right. You're right. We do have a cheap hero or a 6++. Okay. I think there's a world where you just save his betting chips on himself to give strike last to anything he fights. That could be true as well. Save them all up for just some power turn with him, where every phase you kind of do one, and the 1 or 2 you fail, you juice with points. Do you have to use all the juice at the same time? You can spend any number, and it's each time. It's not like prayers. Let's say somehow you've... Because you can farm these chips, right? Because you could just keep rolling and fail 5-ups over and over the first turn, right? Like, you can farm a lot of chips. So, you could potentially, you know, add +2, and then next phase add +2, and then next phase add +3 or something. It's not like they flush out like prayers. So, it could be that he is just sitting there counting tokens for half of the game, and then he's just sort of waddling around the battlefield with a bag filled with gold and $signs on it, and ready to make some big play that'll just work. And anyone who fights him is strike last on top of it. I think he's not as bad as he first seems. And it might be fun. It might be fun to try to do it. But there are a lot of limitations. And he is weak. And his price went up. Only the first time per turn? It is the first time. Always reading what I want to read. First time each day. Yeah, so you can't really farm these that much. Never mind, I don't like him. Trash. Next. Kill a boss on Great Gnash Tooth. Fun almost detected, but not quite. You're right. If you're too lucky, he doesn't do anything. If you just pass all your rolls, he can't stop rolling sixes. Then he doesn't do anything, right? Kill a boss on Great Gnash Tooth. He's a 10-10-3. That's more like it. Boss Skula. Anti-hero, +1 rend, crit mortal. +1 rend, kind of weird with crit mortal, but not really. I mean, there's 5 other potential outcomes for the die roll. And then some Gnash Tooth stuff. Prowling Serpopods. If this unit is wholly within 6 of the battlefield edge, remove it. Damn, you have to hug the walls. Ew, ew. Okay. I mean, there are times when important and interesting stuff is happening on the edges, right? Depending on the BTs and stuff. Drag him out. Pick an enemy infantry hero in combat with this unit to be the target. Roll 2d6. This unit can move a distance in inches up to the value of the roll. Then, if possible, your opponent must remove the target from the battlefield, set it up again within 1 inch of it. So if you ever get within 3 inches of an infantry hero, you could kind of escape from that combat and just place them somewhere else and then kill that hero. Literally pull them out from perhaps behind their screen or something like that. Which is a very flavorful rule. Just hurry away with them. With the hero in your Gnash Tooth's mouth. Aside from that, he doesn't do much. So you have to stay by the edges of the board to be able to do that thing. And then once in a blue moon, when you get an infantry hero, you can go running with it, which is funny. Yeah, you can drag Catacross. He's on a big base, but he's technically an infantry hero. Drag Catacross 12 inches to the left, and then he just kills you. That's funny. That's a funny, very good flavor here. Good flavor roll. Yeah, I think what they want you to do, in their head, they're like, look, you're going to slink off the battlefield. You're going to set up behind or like 9 away from the entire enemy army. And then you're going to get into a fight with an infantry hero and run away and kill it. And then next turn, leave the battlefield edge again. That's a very ambitious entire moveset to do. Notice how this thing doesn't have any keywords to it here. You can move before or after. I think, unless there's a game-wide rule about not moving after a setup, which there might be. I think there is, but it's after. I think there is some general rule about not moving after. One should think. But you could move before, maybe. Very flavorful rule. Very flavorful rule. They gave you flavor. That being said, yeah, Gang Up is good too. And Toughen is good. I don't know. Any Krule Boyz players? Are you excited to try these two out? I'm just seeing really flavorful, interesting rules that might not really ever work out and I don't think are good. But it's better to be interesting than good. Right? Or is it? Good point. Kill a boss. How much do you cost? 160. Yeah, I was thinking about a prospector job for him, right? Where he gets you some battle tactic and then fucks off elsewhere. And anything else he does after he gets you your two battle tactics or whatever is just gravy. So you can try funny, stupid stuff with him, and it's not even bad if it doesn't work because he already scored you his points. Does this game have a lack of interesting problem right now? Yes. Better to have more of that? Sure. Pops up behind enemy lines and taunts them. Yeah, with the insult hurler. The hulking insult hurler. Uncritical support to 3-5 minutes before they moved Kill Boss down to 1 unit size. Krule Boyz were the best army in the game. So that was the thing, is it used to be by accident they typed like you could have 5 Killabosses in the same unit, which is just preposterous. That would be funny. Right. I would do it too. I'd make a unit of 5 of these guys. That's a big unit. That sounds funny, but that must have been the typo that they were talking about. The gang of Genkas. All of them dragging them out. You have to maintain your 350 point 100 wound hero. Yeah. Funny. You know you're going to drag someone's hero away every now and then and have a great time with it. You're never going to have a great time with your a boss that makes your hobgods fight, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Okay. What do I rate this? I think I rated a solid D, but on a curve, a C. Yeah, all the way up to a C. Because these abilities are fun and interesting. I don't think either of them are good. It depends. We'll see how bad they are. If they're so bad that you don't even play with them, then there was no point to do them, right? But I'm thrilled to see some more flavorful, interesting, fun-looking rules, even if they have to be kind of bad. Tough Fun is great. Monstrous traits are great. Ganging Up is very good. Yeah, this is good work. It's not powerful, but it is good work. Day 7. Is it cool or is it art? Neither. Closer to cool. You do fun stuff like pop up and drag a Necromancer off. Might happen 1 in 10,000 games, but it's funny when it goes off. It's super funny when it goes off because you're going to have to be, all right, opponent, so that now this is happening. I never got to do this, is what you'll start the sentence with, right? And look at all the stuff just works, basically. I suppose Snake Eyes here doesn't just work, and Dirty Tricks don't just work, but the abilities themselves work. They at least sound fun. Yeah, we need to celebrate that. That's important. It's not all winning and being good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be playing Krule Boyz. And it's proper that their abilities should be geared towards making dirty tricks work. Because they kinda don't. And that's what your army's already built around, so you might as well make callbacks to it, right? 2d6 Orc Massage. He's getting more than a massage over here. He's taking some mortals. Also anti-hero rend, even for the things that aren't mortals. Yeah, it's just better. I don't think anyone could get worse when you add stuff to them. I suppose it's possible, but we haven't seen that happen yet. Anyway, good shit. 5 out of 7. Did they say what's coming tomorrow? They implied that tomorrow was... So, humorous, as in the bone. That's bone. And the lettering is something called humorous braille. Anyway, we've already had SPGL, and we've already had FEC. And those are the other two bone-related armies. And so, by process of elimination, it must be that OBR is tomorrow. We haven't had SBGL? I thought we did. We've only had 7 days, and I already can't remember what we've had. Unbelievable. It can't be believed. I suppose I could just look, right? Krule, cities. Oh, it was the pre-order thing. Okay, it was this thing. Nighthound. Another community showcase, but it wasn't technically at FEC. Yeah. So there was an SPGL right before the start of it, and then there was a showcase that wasn't technically part of it. And then there was another showcase that wasn't also technically part of it. I was just remembering all the SPGL pictures in between every single one of all 7 of these. So if it's quite humorous, meaning bone, then I guess it's either OBR or Soulblight Gila rods. What do you want to see for them? Which ones? OBR? A new war scroll for... Oh, I can't even pick 2. A new war scroll for Blendermen. Because putting them on damage 1 made them useless. And a new war scroll for Catacross to give him all of his flavor back that you stole from him. Those are the 2 war scrolls I would like to see. And as far as the rules are concerned, completely revert all rules to be the original release of OBR in 3rd. I don't know. I have a huge problem with OBR that I hope the players of the army don't. I don't know. Anything I see for OBR will be good, basically. Make Mortek great again? Yeah. Mortek Guard as well. Vokmortian is a great model. One day he'll come off the shelf. I don't think he will. Maybe he will. Look, if Vokmortian can someday come off the shelf, then maybe my Hunter can as well. It's SPGL because OBR are bespoke bone sculptures and therefore do not have a humorous bone, and also they're not supposed to be funny. And Soulblight, the Doot boys are kind of funny, so I think it is probably Soulblight. Now, what do I want to see for Soulblight? I don't know. They're kind of a grand alliance. There's too much in there. There's too many things in their book. Their books, they book too big for they goddamn army. I want to see a war scroll for Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon generic version, which I think they might be losing, right? Because it's just Prince Longdong, so I guess I want to see a generic hero version of that. And then if I have to choose one other war scroll. One of the monstrosity drow things. So they're not awful. Maybe. Look of Eye, perhaps. Or one of the generic ones. New fell bats. Yeah, we need a fourth different bat. What would you like to see for Ogres? Lead Belcher War Scroll. That makes them a shooting unit that is shooting cannons, right? Like what they look like. So brand new war scroll for Lead Belchers for sure. And the other war scroll, Tyrant. I think they both should be Gutbusters. Truly Lead Belchers and the Tyrant. The Tyrant should be exciting and fun, like you want to play him, but currently you don't want to play him. And that's sad for the leader of your faction. And Lead Belchers, because they're terrible, they're chaff, and they're carrying cannons, they should start acting like it. Mournfang War Scroll is fine, they just come in twos, which kind of ruins it, and there's no support from the army for it in any way. But their War Scroll itself is fine, it doesn't like need fixing necessarily. It's everything else that needs fixing. For the Mournfang, anyway. So that's the War Scrolls I would choose. Is Lead Belchers for sure. And then Tyrant should feel like you want to play him for some reason. Instead of for stupid force organizational chart reasons, which is the worst reason to want to play anything. As far as like bonus rules and stuff, I don't know. There's too many potential options. I'm just thinking about War Scrolls, I guess. Oh yeah, monster traits, I guess. Yeah, we'll see monster traits. Bring back Metal Cruncher, except the good version. Bring back Black Clatterhorn. Bring back Stone Skeleton. Bring back... I don't know. The 5 different great cool rules that the army used to have that we have none of. Bring all of it back. I don't know. Or invent something new. I don't care. Just make it fun. I don't have super specific stuff. I would just like to have fun. A baseball subfaction. Just bats and dogs. Hey, there you go. Hey. Some organ music in the background even. For the Soul Blight. Noblar's Yeti update. Yeah, the update is we will no longer be selling these models. They are flushed down the toilet of history, and good fucking riddance. Fuck Noblars, and fuck Yetis. Get them out. Anyway, that's... Don't let the door hit you. I got a bunch of Yetis too. But look, they gave us Gorgers, and those guys are great.
Loads.
We obviously know a little bit about what's coming.
Massive. Big. My word, it has exploded. Loads. So, we're coming a bit early.
Loads. Nice 2000-bit Ortarius. You got the loads to play. We're coming a bit early. Mr. Well, might we be blessed with a tier list? It's been so long, and since this is a full episode of news for most of a month, Streamer Man. The House of Ogre was built by Noblars. Disagree. Maybe for Gutbusters. For 2 months. But did you know that Noblars aren't even big? I rest my case, Your Honor. Get them out. A tier list? We're still working on it. Actically. We're still working on the tier list in the background. There's a lot to do for it. And I don't want to overtax my unpaid workers, okay? But the tier list is the best years, all the releases of video games, and like SJ is making an entire PowerPoint out of it and everything like that. So you found a 1990 to 2024 one with the year art made. Yeah, I think we're doing like 85 to 2024. We're doing a whole thing. So it can't be now, but it will happen in the future. Consider your bits adding to the pile for all the extra work SJ is going to have to do. Yeah, we're getting value. It's not, I'm not dropping a tier list on you willy-nilly. It's going to be content. Knob lied on their resume about being big. Big is a state of mind. The Noblars are on that big grind set. Hey, all right. They have big aura. Oh, I have a question, chat. And before I answer it, by asking you it, isn't the new Dude game coming out this week? What time this week? I'm sick of staring at this bright light, so apologies. But we're going Thursday, tomorrow. Dude, shoot him. This one has a shield. Dude, the dank ages. Dude, the Dank Ages is coming out to PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, May 15. So 3 days from now, perhaps there's an early access thing. According to Steam, oh yeah, I should just look. I should just look on Steam. What we got here? Dude. Pre-purchase. Pause. Coming May 14, 2025, this game plans to unlock in approximately 1 day and 23 hours. By the premium edition, could play it today, maybe. For the early release stuff, okay. For Dude. Later this week, there might be some Dude streams for the second half after the news. I like Dude. I like Dude 2016. Eternal was a bit much. Too many bells and whistles everywhere. This one looks weird. It looks considerably less Doom. You got a shield, which is kind of weird.
Relaxing.
Kind of Quake-ish, maybe.
Kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
SG Arcade, thanks for the 5 tier 1s. Appreciate it. TYVM for the grip. This game's $70 base edition. And $100 for the premium edition. Holy shit. I don't know that I care that much. 2 days advanced access is the premium version, which means that possibly you could play it something like now or so if you got the Giga version. Is anyone streaming it right now? I'm gonna look at the streamers. Nope. One person, somebody's playing Doom Eternal, but not the new one, so doesn't seem to be fully even pre-released yet, maybe. Maybe in a few hours. SJ Gifty, CG Buster, thanks for the tier 1 to amazing pleb. Appreciate it. Lean Beef Patty is streaming. Raid her. Is she streaming the game? She got it early. I mean, who's that? Dude, 2016 was the best one. You wish they would have just called the new Doom Quake instead. I mean, I actually do want another Quake. I really liked Quake. I'd be very pleased to have a new Quake game, you know. But I guess maybe they're kind of combining the lore of each of them a little bit, I heard. Quack 6. Oh, she's just streaming. Okay, I thought she was playing Dude or something. New Quake, new Half-Life. Bring them back. Bring them all back. Remember when premium editions came with like a skinned controller or shelf collectible or something, and now it's like 2 days early access, you shit beast? No, I don't. I remember when premium editions only existed for absolute suckers. And now, that's the same. Who would ever buy a premium edition of anything? And then, they're like, well, you get to play it 2 days early. And then suddenly everyone started buying them. But I'm not popular enough of a streamer to give a shit about 2-day early access. $30 is what I get per stream, maybe. I ain't spending that. People don't watch me for my amazing gameplay. You paid $70 for BioShock and got a whole ass statue. Now they want you to pay $70 just to play it. Yeah, but, you know, the price of the game has gone way down against inflation since then. Don't forget. Also, I bought a Dookie Nukie Collector's Edition for the funny dice and the 6-inch bust. So, that was a great meme, and it was $11 too. Partially opened at GameStop. That was a classic one. I just paid $40 just to see Vince McMahon walk. Dude, it was great. You're saying you like your premium Gears of War game came with a skin controller. The last Mega Man premium you bought as a kid came with a cool looking Mega Man battle chip. Like, at least you used to get something. Yeah. Yeah. I think I did. I want to say I do have a Dude helmet from something like that. Some of them are nice shelf items. As much as I make fun of them, understand that I'm making fun of myself too. Okay. I got a nice shelf item or two. No, we want you to play games all the time. Right, but I'm just saying it's not the main reason you should. Maybe it is. Hey, prove me wrong. It would warm my old heart. Remember the big boxes PC games came in? That shit slapped. It did slap. Remember when regular Ultima came with multiple books and a cloth map, and Stone Keep came with an entire novel? And EverQuest came with a cloth map? GTA 4 Collector's Edition came with a safe deposit box. Funny. Last game you pre-ordered was Aliens Colonial Marines, and you won't be making that mistake again. Yeah, some of them. Stone Peak mentioned. The books, the maps. Yeah, those things were all great. GTA 4 should have come with an apology. You knew what you were getting into. You were getting into a series that has literally never had fun gameplay, ever. It's fun to drive around a city and be a hooligan for a while, but then as soon as you start doing what the plot wants you to do, it's like, follow this fucking car. All you had to do was follow the damn train. It's like not fun. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I hope GTA 6 is an anti-cop, the fucking retards on Twitter. Oh, man. Sir, the series is called Grand Theft Auto. You shoot cops in it. You are a criminal. I hope it's not anti-cop. Saints Row 2 was the game for hooligan maxing. Oh, you missed the Orky goodness, Ass Blaster Man, colon. What's up? Well, Crew Boys was alright. They didn't get like a crazy power injection or anything. But they got rules that are funny and might work sometimes. Which I guess is what you probably should have expected out of Crew Boys, right? Maybe they'll finally let us turn ourselves in and follow traffic lights. Yeah. The only good thing about GTA was driving while listening to I Just Died in Your Arms by Cutting Crew. Did they get flavor back? Yes, actually. Yeah. All their abilities were quite flavorful. And 2 of them were flavorful and fun. One of them was flavorful and good. And the other one was neat. You can't win them all. Anyway, I don't think there's been like a huge fail yet. There's been no F. Although FEC got close to it. If I IRC correctly. 7 news days in a row and nothing got a fat F after grading on a curve, at least. Yeah, get out the turkey baster. Inject some flavor back into the game in the way that they are able to, right? Which is they have a new release showing up. It's GHB.
Oh, big.
Yeah, put some back in. You love to see it. Receptive, even. It's a great thing. I'm so pleased by it that I might even make a video for the first time in 4 years. Harzulian's Boy 30, thanks for the tier 119 on a 7S. Is HeyWoah slang for hello astonishing? No, but good try. And that sounds interesting in any case. Thanks for the sub. It's midnight, playing GTA San Andreas at 3 a.m. You're driving in Bone Country. Running Down a Dream comes on the radio. You're 38. Is that Golden Earring? Wait, no, I don't think that is Golden Earring. Running Down a Dream. I'd play it, but DMCA. Then again, I said the second half of the stream would blow up the copyright stuff anyway. So. Oh yeah, Tom Petty, that's it. What was Golden Earring? Oh, that was Radar Love. And probably nothing else, but Radar Love was a good one. Anyway, Arterius thinks the bitch. Here's how much of you love a good map. Your core 4 D&D party you've been DMing has been on the same world map for this month and will be 10 whole real years. 2 Xmas ago, you got the core Velium printed world maps. Real cloth. I said Velium, not Vellum. I said Velium like from EverQuest instead of Vellum. I don't know how to feel about that. Anyway. RPG enjoyers love their maps. Something I've learned. Big hype, you're watching old WCW matches and painting some EC right now. This man is addicted to EQ. No, I just grew up during it, kinda. It was the first big MMO. And there are some wrestling fans in this chat, and so they might start asking you questions. And I'm looking at chat and I just saw a question pop up. 3 coats of pinks and purple for your Slanesh marked Slaves to Darkness. And you could have done 1 coat to box art black. Look, it's going to be worth it. It's not about getting done with it as quick as you can. That kind of makes it into a chore. Make it look nice. Nacho Man and Lex Lugie. Understand you and the mods probably aren't the biggest sports gamers. No. But do any make the list to sway some ears? So, I think cultural significance is a factor. Like, something being culturally significant does matter. Even if the game was terrible or whatever, if it had some sort of cultural impact or cultural significance or importance, it is worth mentioning in the history, right? So like NFL Blitz, maybe a little bit. MLB The Show. NBA Jam, right? John Madden football, the first time they had the correct number of players on the field in a video game, right? Stuff like that. Whatever the first soccer game was that the entirety of South America played and got ripped off for, which invented loot cards or something. I don't know. Like it's worth pointing out, even if I hate them. Like you have to say that something was significant or not, right? So I guess that's how I feel about that. Show away to the most recent, talking about the series. I mean, we'll just look at each year independently. It's not about what games are the best, but what years were the best. And so whatever happened to land in that year, right? So anyway, that's how I'm thinking about it anyway for the future. NBA Hang Time. Charles Barkley Shut Up and Jam for the Sega CD. Kind of crazy how the genre of extreme sport just faded out of existence. What am I going to get, a snowboarding game again? Yeah, dude, SSX Tricky was like the last noteworthy snowboarding game ever, right? There was a ton of them right around the 2000s. You know, launch titles for a lot of systems. PlayStation had Cool Borders 1, 2, and 3. Nintendo 64 had 1080. Even the computer had a few of them. SSX Tricky. I don't know, maybe snowboarding, it was cool enough to try to get kids onto it with video games, and then it wasn't. HeyWoah, WWE 2K25 60-man elimination stream when? I've seen other streamers do that kind of a meme. I think it's funny. It requires some work on the back end. But that's like a funny meme. Outside of Latin America, has there ever been a significant sports game ever? No. Maybe some football game in America. You know, Madden 35 roster update edition for another $60. Make 60 meme from the stream wrestlers. That'd be fun. That would be kind of fun. Do it for Age of Sigmar characters, VTubers, yeah, stuff like that. There have been some popular ice hockey games, true. John Madden's most significant contribution was the Moon game. Well, besides his turducken recipe, yeah. 2K makes a lot of money. For sure it does, yeah. I'm trying to answer these both at the same time, right? Or they're like, was this good or was this impactful or significant? And it's like, kinda yeah, but it sucks so much that it's hard to admit. Wayne Gretzky 3D Hockey N64 Bone Storm. Madden 04 Michael Vick cover was game-changing. CFB 2K14 holds its lane for over a decade as a sports game. Blitz Arcade is still at your local bowling alley. Yeah, Blitz Arcade was funny. Even I recall that one. Gretzky over big hits. We're waiting for the British football game where you play as a spectator brawling in the stands. Streety 2. If you lived in New Zealand in the late 90s, Jonah Lomu Rugby was a cultural institution. Okay. You know, Australians must think about football how Americans think about rugby, and how I think of both. That was a confusing to listen to sentence, but I swear it made sense. I've never had somebody talk about video games for so long without me being able to say anything meaningful to add to it, because you're just talking about sports games that I've ignored for my whole life. I'm actually part of the chat now. I'm a passenger. I'm just here to observe. More of a golden bear kind of guy. Well, I'm more of a golden boy kind of guy. What is rugby again? Small man football? No, it's big man football. They don't wear pads, so they don't hit each other as hard. But each individual member of the team isn't quite so genetically specialized for their role, I think. They're all kind of all-arounders, sort of, it seems. But it is big men running around throwing an egg. They hit pretty fucking hard, relatively speaking, for not having pads. Yes. Do they get more hurt? I don't know, probably. Hey, well, what about party games? You need other people to play those. Not interested. Yeah, the men are less genetically min-maxed for their positions, but they're just all fucking humongous. But they're like medium humongous because they also have to be fast, right? They're medium humongous. The last party game I played was Power Stone. If that puts a date on things. Alright, I'm gonna add dude to my wish list, and no man can stop me. Power Stone mentioned, let's go. SJ, the image you sent me just has this towering fridge Frazetta looking dude staring at this guy on the ground. Worm's eye view. I don't even need to watch the video, I could just see how it's set up. Looks like a Renaissance painting. Great. Yeah, TTS is somewhat of a party game, I guess. Tabletop Simulator, a little Magic the Gathering, in which case it would have been a few days ago. Your dad played rugby and almost lost an ear. Huh. I'm learning so much about this chat during our walk. If you want to know how awful rugby used to be, just Google the Battle of Nantes. Nantes. Rugby. Rugby. Absolutely Rugabian. Doom looks so dope. It looks very... It doesn't look very Doom to me. It looks very different than even the Dooms that were recent. And I'm not saying it never has to change or whatever. I'll probably like it. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a shot. Doom Eternal wasn't that bad or anything. I just liked 16 better, that's all. I'll give her a shot. You get a big shield. It's got a chainsaw on it. They don't have the same sound guy that they used to, music guy, because they actually screwed him over. Bethesda did. What was his name? He did the Killer Instinct stuff. Anyway. But I'm sure the music's good. I'm sure that... We'll see. Apparently it's Doom, but slower and more cerebral. Which sounds like it's definitely missing the point. I mean, there is cerebral stuff you could do in Doom, right? Like... monster infighting, intelligent use of monster infighting or hurting groups of enemies and stuff like that, but I don't know that I want to do... I don't know if I want to play it very cerebral. I don't know if that's the point. I like a turn-based RPG when I'm able, but... I'll tell you what. Yeah, Mick Gordon, that was the one. Absolute Moon Man, that was correct. As long as they revert the change to Eternal, where all your weapons have like 2 goddamn ammunition, and you have to constantly be finding ways of using game mechanics to reload and get your ammo back because your guns can only hold fucking 3 shots. As long as we move away from that horse shit, I'll be happy. Boy, I didn't like that from Eternal. I know they wanted you to play Doom in the very specific way that they wanted you to play. I just didn't like that. I did not like that. Mountain Doom Eternal was described as a combat puzzle. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like that. I liked the opposite of that. Cerebral is for Prestige TV. I don't know what Prestige TV is, sorry. From what I understand, the new Doom is exactly that. They want you to play a very specific way. Well, if that specific way is fun, then cool. I'll try it out. Guy who added the team, like, are you going to add a classic mode? No shoulder cannon, no ice grenades, just shotgun? And they responded, you're in control of what... Yeah. The classic, you're in control of what buttons you press, which is an all-timer. Like, it's a good meme, and it has so many nice applications. You are in control of the buttons you press. That is a good one. You spam the screenshot of that post to the Minecraft forums every time they update, because those yeah. You're in Warhammer and they still think they love complaining. That's how bad. You are a sweet boy, says Fuzzy Earmuffs. Alright. The storytelling in 2016 blew my mind. So minimal and powerful. Eternal was not that. I'd go grab a cup of whatever plot happened. Yeah. I liked what 2016 did with its minimal storytelling, and the few times that it well, okay, it did go along a few times, and I won't forget it, right, where you're stuck at that console listening to the crazy lady talk for a super long cutscene, but a lot of it was purposefully short in a fun way. And they instantly forgot the lesson they almost learned. And then Eternal had all these cutscenes and all this story. Like, look, I don't give a shit. You're here to kill demons. Those are the demons. Fucking kill them. I don't care. They almost finally realized. Then again, I liked Samuel Hayden. He was a fine meme guy. And how the whole world is just kind of like shocked that you are like you are. The friction between the real world and how you handle things is funny. I don't know, it was a good time. Yeah, I like how not even he cares about the lore. But that's actually so appropriate because neither do you as the player. It was the most in the player's head a main character has ever been in the history of video games. Because finally one of them didn't give a fuck about the plot either. Just as you don't. You didn't like him being an angel? I didn't like any of the stupid ass story that they added to it. It's all dumb. But don't forget that it started out dumb as well, okay? The original plot is that, like, his pet rabbit gets killed. Like, that's stupid. The whole point is it doesn't matter. Here's a gun, shoot demons, fuck you. In fact, it's on the ending credits scene of the first game. There's like this rabbit head on a pike. Anyway, I'm getting a drink. I'm gonna play a game. And I don't know, we'll keep talking about some shit. I can't stop now. I have Ratocide to incur. Poof. It is I, your hero for this evening, Glup Shitto, my favorite Star Wars character. And I decided to make an ogre wizard. So you gotta choose a different race every time, you know. Can I get some fucking Sewer slut or something in the background. It's Plump Grunto, yeah. It's Cho Girtho. And boy, do I have equipment to level up. And eggs, lots of eggs. Mostly to get money with. And rats to destroy. Look at this fucking dude. His walk cycle is so stupid. I love the ogres in this game. They're properly wide and round and cube-like in appearance. Actual question from a total idiot noob guy. Is EverQuest good, like worth playing? Look, I'm too deep in the sauce to be able to properly answer that question. I'm sorry. This is a moral failing of mine. I'm too in it. I'm too close to it to answer that question. No. Maybe as archaeology. As some kind of archaeology, maybe. If you like ancient games. I put it on my list of top 100 games of all time. But that's my top 100 list of games of all time. And I almost didn't until CJ made me. Walruses, it's clearly goated. Yeah, dude, it's got walrus dudes. While Classic is so prickly and unapproachable these days, but it was the friendly alternative to EQ. It was the much, much better alternative to EQ, for sure. Fine, yeah, this is the quality content. Oh, there is a walrus. Fucking Roos. I'm gonna have to get used to this guy being a lot weaker than the tank character. He is a wizard after all. Anyway, is it good? I'm actually stun-locked. Yes, it is good. You know what? It is good. The mechanics are very simple. And you can tell what things are based on things. But you gotta like grinding if you like EverQuest. It is a game for power dads and grinders. Grinding for grinding's sake. There's a, I don't know, kind of like a rhythm you get into, I guess. This goof, this goobus. A servant. Manatee. Manatuatee. A Bolthar. This is a game that churned out one expansion pack every 6 months for like 10 years. They were actually chained to their computers and forced to release stuff. The quality of it really shows. It's filled with goofy ass stuff. Like everything is just goofy and funny. It's so jank that that's the fun of it almost. And on this server you can pick 3 classes and mix them up together, which is really cool. If you know and like EverQuest enough. Oh yeah, fall damage, what's that? Yeah, this is different from the... This is different than... So I got Damn Son, where'd you find this? He is a Paladin Monk Warrior. Giga Tank. Actually invincible. And then I have Meggy Dola Ann. And she is... using a Beast Lord Magician Bard. So pet class, buff class. To just be like a little adventuring party all by herself. And then this guy is my wizard type. I have a pet type, a tank type, melee guy, and then a wizard. And for wizard I decided on ogre because it's the funniest race to be a wizard because they normally can't. And so it's wizard, enchanter, bard. And I'm like trying to actually sing songs and cast spells. As a meat miracle. Yeah, I think this music might go with all the running around too. And I think my two rune songs might keep me alive for big pulls. If not, we're gonna be slow going. But I think the runes are so strong and my spell power is so high because I gave myself Insano gear from my main. Like, we're almost at the cap for spell damage and healing and stuff. I think the runes should be able to keep me from largely taking any damage. At least that's the goal as I level up all my equipment. A lot of equipment leveling to do. Anyway, let's find out. Look at this look at his tiny legs. I love the ogres in this game. Alright, we'll collect some of those. I don't think they did any damage. We might be good here. Ooh, I can still be stunned though. That is an issue. Right now you're playing a game called Painting a Sea of Pink. Do you mean you are painting your Zinch units? You want to see someone make the Cuck Chair character where they just play summons and have an animal companion or something? That is one of the most popular builds, actually. And within the community, they call it the Pet Cuck. That's the name of the build. If you want to find the build, it's called the Pet Cuck build. It's Necromancer, Beast Lord, Magician. And you just use 3 pets, and you just kind of stand there, and your 3 pets solo everything for you. Just as God intended. It's working. It's working. The runes are holding. Hey, okay. Big fire damage AoE works. And the runes work. I think we can do this. I might be able to level up all this gear. Nice, it works, it works. Oh, you meant in the theoretical D&D game with Gestalts, but same idea. Typically in D&D, like summoner classes or eidolon classes or animal companion classes, ranger, you know, druid stuff, usually they make your pets that you can have like either hilariously weak or cannibalize your actions so that you end up really weak anyway. And only very rarely is it like good or decent. In my experience for D&D. Like they're afraid of you being able to summon a bunch of stuff and being good. And so the useful way to do it is just to find, if you have monster summoning or creature summoning or something like that, it's sort of, oh, I'll find creatures that have spell-like abilities that are useful. So it's like you're summoning a second spell book almost, and less so something that's going to participate in combat meaningfully. It's more like finding extra spells that are just so happen to be connected to creatures, which I think is cool. That's still sweet. Dude, I'm invincible. The runes. The runes are so strong. This is going to work. This is actually going to work. Sick. Damn, son, where'd you find this? Oh, shit. Can't believe it. Great. You love to see it. You've seen a druid animal companion with the right buffs go sicko mode? Well, that's, like, pleasing to hear. Because I think that idea is cool. Oh, Windows Defender summary? Oh, sorry, I don't know why that thing would pop up today. Well, it's a swarm of swarming beetles, I guess. I shouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that waddle. I love the animations for the ogres. It's so stupid in a great way. Enjoyably dumb and characterful. Cartoony. Alright, get some mana back here. What are my AAs at? 67. Time to spend. Alright, Mastery of the Past. Player Power. Got a title. Alright. Favorite and shittiest prestige class from 3.5 was Arcane Hierophant. I don't remember that one. It was a wizard druid multi-class that made your animal companion your wizard familiar. Pretty cool flavor. That is kind of nice flavor. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the... What was the one where you could mix divine and arcane spellcasting? Was it Mystic Thurge, I want to say? Where every rank you got +1 divine and arcane of whatever base classes you were. Dude, I thought prestige classes were hella cool. I was sad to see them go. Mystic Thurge. Dude, these runes are actually holding up. OP. Alright, cloak, fully leveled. Next. Arms. Yo, the guns are out because I had to take my arms out. Look at this waddle, dude. Alright, we're going down the hall. the rats. Alright, we do a big poll. Let's test the limits of these runes so that I know where the limits to the runes are. If I die, that's fine. What does an extra 600 spell power give me for these runes? Alright, up the ladder. Oh, stunned. Alright, we're back. Stun might be the thing that ends up killing me. I really do miss it from the tank class. Although if you want your class to be stun and fear immune, you gotta be one of the 3 tank classes. Paladin, Shadow Knight, or Warrior. And so you start to get like used to it. That's like when the screen spins around, it's trying to roleplay you being like KO'd in a boxing ring, you know, and like spinning around like a cartoon. Right, the waddle. So far the runes are holding, we're at 100%. Shields. Full power to the frontal shields. Absolute rat wall. Yeah, being blind does actually just turn off your screen. It makes it black. Because you can't see, of course. Of course it would be like that. That just makes sense. It actually works. Let's go. No, that's not it. What was the AA called that gives you mana when you kill something? Oh, I already bought it. Arcane Overkill. Sure. You wrote on WoW an interesting stat. Your Pally friend used to farm gold. He got all the enchants of chance on being struck to deal X damage and pull entire low-level dungeons. Oh, yeah. It was actually a good farm for paladins to do. You would do Stratholme. I mean, sometimes more are doing it. Kind of depended. But especially some undead instances. Oh, we got feared. Fear is a very likely way for me to die. Because when I'm feared, I can't sing. And if I can't sing, I don't have runes. And if I don't have runes, I take damage instead of being immune to damage. Apparently. Alright, runes are back up. The waddle, dude. Absolute waddle-an. What class is Felix Jaeger anyhow? He doesn't strike me as a bard, no magic. I never watched Attack on Titan. Is he doing a bit? Is it a bit? Well, speaking of a bit, I have to change my stream category. Otherwise the MILFs will get mad at me. Alright, we're back. Pardon me. Speaking of D&D stuff, I got a D&D character to craft, to build. I guess Hymn of Resto, right? I'm supposed to make some kind of like, look at this, that animation, it like kind of screws up. And he does such like a weirdo Humpty Dumpty ass pimp walk, it's so funny. Looking great. Anyway, I gotta make some sort of tank thing. But like everyone in the party has a weirdo race. He's got that strut. He knows it. So Dude comes out on the 15th. Which is, what, Wednesday? No, Thursday. So it won't be a, it is Wednesday, my dudes, Doom game kind of thing. He keeps missing with his stuff. I don't want to waste mana. There we go. Have you seen the Blast Master on the new Noise Marine models? They're massive. Yes. I think Noise Marines are funny. I just think it's like a... always has been kind of a funny idea, you know? Like they're the right amount of goofiness. And I really wish I could kill these in one spell. Always running away. Yeah, I'm not immune to goofiness. I guess it just has to be the right type. Hard to explain. Like, this is undoubtedly goofy. The dudes in hermetic spacesuits using weapons that don't work in outer space. Yeah. It's magic. Although, how much space combat is there? Like, most of the time they're fighting guys on planets, right? Or inside massive ships or something. There isn't a lot of 0G in gravity combat. Alright, I gotta spend some points. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. And there might be another one. I can never remember what it is. This one. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Planar power. Mystic tuning shouldn't need yet. Yeah, resist. Okay. Do this one. Give me a 0G gaming table. You know, in Rifts, there's a skill for 0G combat. You gotta learn that one separately. Because of course there is. It's probably hard fighting in 0G. But there's a bunch of tricks you have to learn. Similar to fighting underwater. I was gonna go to play Chaos because your Raven Guard would never cheat on your boys, and then you saw EC was like, oh, as long as they don't know, it's okay. Yeah. What they don't know won't hurt them. And it's fun. It's fun to be fun. Oh, stunned. Okay, we're good. Halfway to being able to put my arms back on. Well, sleeves, I guess. Logan Grimnar has a tactical cliff. More than just a tactical rock. What is this clip from? I can't place it, I'm not sure. Then again, I haven't watched too many horror movies. Oh, you were pooping? Okay. Well, hey, sorry I intruded. Just keep it together in there. You're not a huge fan of Terminators, ironically. Waiting to see what's done with Big Wolves and the Wolfan. OMG, it's Glup Shitto, my favorite Star Wars character. That's right, Alex Ashpool. Ooh, found an echo of memory. Let's go. Step 1, become Oga. Step 2, collect all the rats. Step 3, put up 2 Bard runes so you're invincible. Step 4, DDD. Step 5, profit. Found my content from the Poor Hammer podcast and you've been enjoying it. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm not going to say I'm in a hibernation, but for a while there, I was concerned that I might have to be waiting on 5th edition or some such. But then they started coming out with this GHB, General's Handbook, and they got it in their head that they're going to put all sorts of cool stuff in it. And now I'm hyped again. We're back on it, in other words. Poor Hammer is peak. Yeah, I liked being on their show. I thought it was a good time. This fucking goob. These animations are so fucking stupid. I love it. Just blorping all over the place. Alright, and now we wait. Can't wait to get your first Spearhead game in this weekend. Spearhead is fun. It's a good system. Bonk. The final bonk. Alright, let's see. Alright, 5 out of 5 there. Hogs and Rats, what is this dang Warhammer? Yeah, look, the Skaven menace must be put down, so we're committing ratocide. With an ogre, wizard, bard, enchanter. Playing against typecast, I guess. Alright, crits. Don't care about that. Fear resistance. That'll be important for sometimes not screwing everything up when I'm running through here.
I heard that after they cremated Ricky's body,
Weapons and other items.
pick up the ashes. Nobody did. Morganton is just threw them in the fucking trash.
Oh yeah, persistent casting. Alright. Spring is here. You have to wake up from hibernation. I don't like spring. It means summer's on the way, and I don't like summer. But then I'm a weirdo, so you have to keep that in mind. If the sun's out, I don't like the weather. If it's above 60 degrees, I don't like the weather. At least it rains in the spring. That's kind of nice, but it's not cold enough to wear a coat. And I like wearing coats because they come with lots of pockets. And it's nice having lots of pockets. You know for a fact GW conspires against you, and they're going to wait till the day after you kick the bucket to release Corvus Call. You missed Dad. Yeah, I think it's a... I don't know. I don't play the game, so it doesn't matter what I think about it. But I'm just looking forward to the next Primarch they bring back. I think that's a good bit. Like, it's a good gimmick. To slowly roll out bringing back all the Primarchs and eventually have all of them back somehow. I think that's a good bit. Arms done. Ooh, is that it? Are we done? Is all the items legendary? Surely I did that one. Okay, the spool. Okay, one more. One more and then I can start doing this thing, which will work instantly, and then start grinding eggs. You might not like it, but this is peak UX. This is absolute UI. This Excel spreadsheet looking ass, Zandalar Wizards of the Coast game. They should re-kill, yeah, bring all the Primarchs back and then kill them all again. You can wear a cut-off denim vest with pockets. Still too hot, but a good try. Horus Heresy 2 Electric Boogaloo. Random happy Japanese ladies, I guess. Anyway, nice clips. Weird sample choice every once in a while on this one, but at least it's interesting. It's not a phase spider, Mom. Somehow Horus returned. And the Emperor said, "Horus, you are the heresy." And it was true. There's something very chill about watching EverQuest. That's what I was hoping for. You're just kind of, you get into this grinding routine, and it's just sort of chill, and you got music on or something, and it's just a goofy little time. You know, number go up, bar go up, that kind of stuff. It's just satisfying. And it's like so old and weird and rough around the edges, but I find that charming. Imagine being one of those rats? Well, I wouldn't have to imagine it for very long, because apparently they die about 1 minute after they spawn. Short bald man speed waddling through our lair, just flapping his arms and singing or whatever. He's huge, actually. The ogre models are so big they don't fit in certain tunnels, and you have to find a potion or a clicky item of shrink to be able to even fit in half of the dungeons in the goddamn world, because you're so big. You're too wide and or tall for a lot of the areas, which is sometimes a problem. But you look funny, and so it's definitely worth it, to me. Sal Softs, first time chatter, do you have a macro making your songs stay up? Or do you have to twist them? On this particular server, as long as you have a spell on your bar that's a buff, not a debuff, and you've cast it once, it will just continuously sing it as a quality of life measure. This is a Power Dad server. It's called the Hero's Journey. And the gimmick is you combine 3 classes. You choose 3 classes, combine everything all of them have, and now that's your, like, cool combo. And in an effort to facilitate actually being able to play all of them, they let Bard songs just do what the fuck ever. And so I'm rolling like 8 Bard songs right now. I mean, they're all balanced against each other. Like, you're about as strong as any other 3 class combination or so on and so forth. But I thought it was a cool gimmick. Like, it was an interesting idea. It gets you thinking, like, oh, what 3 classes would I combine? That kind of thing. I think it's really cool. And the devs are very knowledgeable, constant with their updates. Server's fucking huge. There's like 3,000 people on it. 2,500, maybe 3,500 on weekends at any one time. It's a massively popular EQMU server. Tell him about Petcock. Well, it's the first thing you think of, right? Salsofts. Oh, I can combine 3 classes and I get all the things they get. And everything stacks with each other. Well, not everything stacks, but many things stack to be able to make the combos cooler. And so, what's the first thing you think of? Ooh, I'll play a Necromancer, Magician, Beast Lord, and have 3 pets out. And I'll cast Burnout on all of them, and I'll cast Shissar's whatever on all of them, and I'll cast Strength and Debt on all of them. And now I have 3 Giga Pets that just do everything for me. And that's completely fine, and it's actually a great build. And they call it the Petcock, because you actually pull up a chair and just watch your 3 pets own everything. It's fucking hilarious. Fellow Alliance members. Girl Pet seems silly. It is silly, yeah. I do have a pet character, but he only has 2 pets. Beast Lord, Magician, and then I went Bard. So instead of having a Necromancer pet for the 3rd one, I only have 2 pets, but they're juiced up with like 9 Bard songs at all times, so we kind of call it even. And then you're just like a DPS. The Mage pet just tanks for you. I recently completed the Mage Epic, which took forever, but it was well worth it. The Mage Epic pet on this server is a god. I got to 65 and I don't think I ever saw his health move. He's a fucking Giga Chad. That being said, with the double Bard song runes, most stuff of this level can't pierce through those runes. You're like kind of invincible. As you can see, I'm pulling a quarter of the zone. But that's what it's like in a solo server, right? A server you're supposed to solo in. Bard, Bard, Bard. I mean, you can't sing 2 of the same songs. Like, that doesn't work. The triple Bard wouldn't actually give you that much. Although I know there was this one guy who went triple Monk. Like, it turns out you can choose the same class twice, even though it usually doesn't do anything. And he went Monk 3 times and named himself Chuck Norath. And it was a fine meme. And of course, there's people like, if you do a server like this, of course there's going to be the person who's like, I'm going to make, like, a wizard. Like, I'm going to say no to the very concept of the server, just make one class and try to get all the way up. Which is cool. Like, I think that's just neat. Triple Berserker wouldn't do anything. Because Frenzy's still on the same cooldown. All of your disciplines are still on the same cooldown. And you can only buy all your AAs once. So Triple Berserker would, as far as I can figure, do nothing for you. Monk had one, I can't remember what it was, but Monk had something where you could get it every time you took the class, and so there was at least that for the Triple Monk. I can't remember what it was though, and it didn't matter too much. It gave you a bunch of overhaste. Friends of yours are trying to put together a 3.5 game. Oh, nice. You got a bard made for the game? We just haven't had the time yet. Dude, I liked 3.5. I thought it was great. I even liked 3.75 after Savage Species. It was a proper amount of crunch for D&D. Yeah, Monk was kind of bad. Basically in all the editions. Because ultimately it could have just been a fighter that doesn't use weapons and was a prestige class or something, or an archetype or whatever. It was just a bunch of random disparate abilities found in old Jackie Chan movies, the class. Never really came together in like a terribly functional way within the game. I think at the end it was super mad too, like it was multiple ability score dependent. And at the end of the day it really was just worth stack strength anyway, I guess. Yeah, but the brokenness was the fun. It was extra fun because of how breakable it was. That became the joy. If you didn't like optimizing stuff, or if you weren't the Johnny psychographic profile that liked just tooling around with crap and building funny things within a system, then probably you wouldn't like 3.5. The 5.0 pick it up and play, but it's as deep as a puzzle, but it's as deep as a puddle. Would probably be more to maybe most people's liking, I'm not sure. There was a build that could stack unarmed strikes to 12d8 per punch. Funny. Everything is a delayed blast fireball every time you hit. Rogue, Monk, Ranger should just be fighter subclasses. I disagree. I think Rogue should go back to being Thief. It had a fine role to play there. But Ranger is for sure just a fighter. With like a subtype or archetype or prestige or whatever of like a few druid abilities or something. It never really had the strongest raison d'etre in the game. It was like, dude, Strider is so cool from Lord of the Rings. Dude, Strider was so cool. Let's make it a whole class. And it never really fully panned out, I don't think. Opinion's mine, I guess. The Kentaro elf build, you are already dead. Oh, we maxed out. Capped on AAs. Some mana back. Spend some points. I played more Pathfinder 1 than 3.5. I played a lot of Pathfinder 1 because D&D 4 came out, and so there, you know, you had to do something. So I played Pathfinder that whole time. Pathfinder sucked. I mean, it wasn't as good, but it kicked the shit out of 4th edition, though. Like, well, what could we do, you know? To be honest, during the 4th edition years, I played a lot of Pathfinder and I played a lot of Rifts to get my fix for a tabletop. I'm not going to defend Pathfinder too much, but it was better than 4th Ed. And that's kind of all it needed to be to succeed. Totally a Ninja says, I love Pathfinder, but it does suck. It's fine. It's fine to say that. And that's okay. I like plenty of bad movies, but I like them. You know, no big deal. Get all these out of the way. I don't know if I'll end up using this, but I mean, we're getting all the AAs anyway. Go down the list. You never really played Rifts, but you have some of the books. What a weird soup that game is. It's wonderful. It's almost certainly my favorite tabletop game. And it's like so ridiculously flawed that it goes all the way, loops back around, and becomes amazing again. It's so good, bad, good. The most 80s anime movie comic book you've ever played. And you can build literally anything in it. And it's all stupendous. And dumb and awesome. Has the Rifts game continued off stream? No. Is it in the scheduling dimension? It is in the scheduling dimension. I haven't reached out quite yet. I'm basically done with the next adventure. And just keep adding to it every once in a while I wait. But, Jupes had to move, and, I ended up being a lot more busy than I thought I was going to be. A lot of it's my fault. I plan on continuing it, but not regularly. It'll just be one of those cool, you know, 4 times a year, maybe on a weekend for a really long session, and I'll just stream it. You know. Vince's schedule is really crazy, but he's very accommodating as long as you tell him beforehand. And so I just got to lock everybody else in. Luckily, CJ is the easiest one. He's free all the time. But yeah, the scheduling boss is the hardest boss fight in any TTRPG, especially as people get older and get careers and kids and wives and shit, right? But yeah, we're closing in on the time where I'm going to start reaching out to people and see about like a big, thick, long session. And then the next one, fucking who knows, in 2 months, whatever, 4 times a year. Because I still get asked about it every once in a while, and I like that. I'm pleased about it. Because I like running rifts, and I thought it was kind of fun. Thought it went well. And we finally got to the part where there's a lot more player choice to do and less railroading on my end. And then, of course, it doesn't happen forever. So now I gotta remind everybody what's all going on, but I'm not gonna... I'll do less talking, I think. It's about the players now. Anyone watch the Thaco movie on YouTube? No, I didn't. I played with Thaco back in the day. Which I wasn't good at. That subtraction, man, that shit sucks. Back to Thaco. 2-hit armor class 0. Let's go. You stole my pre-session limerick and your players love it. I think it's... That's the kind of thing... I haven't had it not work. I guess I'll put it that way. It's so, like, overtly lame. And you're inviting everyone to be lame with you for fun. And isn't that what D&D is all about? And it's kind of like an awkward time anyway, where you're like, what happened during the last session? And then everyone's like, you know. And so it's a nice little, like, built-in reminder thing. What was the limerick? Oh yeah, tell us the limerick. We probably won't be able to guess it because the missing end of it is like something that happened last session or whatever. But yeah, what was your limerick if you have it available? I'm gonna bring up the next Sewer Slut playlist, but I'm being chased by rats at this exact moment, so after this poll. Yeah, there once was a man from Nantucket, hickory dickory dock. Well, Andrew Dice Clay in here. Your limericks? You had one for each prior session, they're garbage. Yeah, but that's the fun, is that they are kind of garbage, right? Do you do the fill in the blank, have the players guess it and everything? The same kind of system? It's also a lesson for GMs. And it's a lesson that I can inadvertently teach them that works better than just telling them, right? It's like a overarching GM tabletop lesson that you can teach to a GM by just having them do the limerick thing one time. And they'll come up with a fill-in-the-blank limerick, and they'll be like, okay, and then this is the answer to it, and it's so obvious, and it rhymes, and it fits the whole scheme, and of course that's the answer to it. And you tell it to players, and they will tell you some other word that technically rhymes, but it's wrong. And that's a good lesson to learn. And the lesson is, you make a puzzle with one answer, and to you it's so obvious. Obviously it's that. It could only be that. And then you give it to players and they'll tell you something else. And just be prepared for that. Overall, that's a lesson in GMing. If your players don't remember the last session, you make up stuff that happened based. Last time we left out, you guys had just beat a grandma to death in an alley. Like, oh, okay, so you do it funny. You do it, like, obvious, then. Schemes are for 8th grade book reports by kids who can't spell. Schemes. Alright, called Zuzzle. Eventually I'll use Cryomancy. Got some blades. Damage over time. Doppelganger. Currently using, I don't think I'll need those two. Song range, yeah. For AoEing right now. You also give out candy to players that remember, you switch it up. Yeah, there's a lot of like end of game rewards or happened right now rewards that I've done and seen done and have tried and everything over the years. Like a role-playing award, or you could have done this and it would have been kind of metagamey, but you did this, you know, instead, and it was right to do that, or you made a funny choice or a clever choice or something. And it's like feedback, right? Like whether it be like a reroll, a future reroll that you can stockpile, or bonus experience, or a party reroll, or a piece of candy, or just something like that to generally reward, promote, and remember good moments that were created for whatever reason in whatever way. I think 5th edition codified it as like, man, it wasn't 5th edition. It was like a heroic point, or I don't know, something like that. Either you get advantage once or something like that. I think they finally started adding those proper to it. It's operant conditioning. You want to reinforce good behavior. That's what it's called. Inspiration. You were right. But there's a way to do it that's really patronizing. So don't do it that way. But yeah. Oh, very good. Oh, who's such a good player. What a good player. It was like a bad way to do it, I guess. Oh, who's a good player. Yes, he is. Yeah, there's a way to do it where it immediately becomes creepy, so don't do that. And even if it's your girlfriend or whatever, it is cringe to do that in front of other people. Maybe that's your fetish or something, but don't involve them with it. That wasn't the solution to the puzzle I was thinking, and that was such a bad idea that we're getting out the leash again. Just remember, you made me do this. Everyone else at the table, The hose. Turn the vacuum cleaner on to terrify your players. Oh, you tell your boys that? If you don't, you're not a real homie. Okay. I'm taking notes. Alright, I began to actually take damage there. Is a concern. Yeah, the spray bottle. Pro tip, come up with good puzzles for the average D&D player by googling puzzles for toddlers, yeah. Unironically. Look, it's surprisingly hard to solve a puzzle that the GM has in their head and they're trying to describe to you. And they might not be the best at describing it. You know, there is such a thing as too many visual aids, but when you're working with puzzles, I like visual aids. I like more riddles and stuff, I suppose. Or puzzles that aren't like hard stops. It's like an environmental thing, and it doesn't like trivialize something, but it's like an alternative success. Like an alternative way to do it. You can do it this way or you can do it that way. Also, it is actually easier to solve a puzzle solo than it is group. Anyone who's ever worked on a team knows this. Like, it is generally easier to solve a puzzle just yourself rather than with 4 people talking over each other, asking what the person just said. Can you repeat that again? Well, team building exercise. If you make it too easy, it's baby time. Yeah, and then your players are like, what do you, does he think I'm stupid, right? But if it's too hard, then the game absolutely stops. Like, talk about dead air, you know? If you make a puzzle too hard and it's the only way to do something, the game just stops. It grinds to a halt. Nobody has any idea what the fuck you're talking about when you're trying to describe what the puzzle even is. And everyone just sort of like sits there looking at each other. Like, I have no fucking idea what's going on. And the game just like kind of stops for a while. And that's kind of brutal as well. It's one thing if something is difficult, and it's one thing if something is challenging, and if one thing is, well, how do we start working on this? But when the players have no clue what to do, or even what's going on, then it's like extra bad. You know, the game just sort of stops. And at that point, you kind of have to realize it and, you know, get yourself an olive branch. Extend an olive branch as a GM. Have those things in your back pocket. Yeah, the puzzles that I like the most are the social interaction ones. Or like, I like dialogue combat a lot. Sometimes over the years I have like codified it into a little system, and sometimes it's just it doesn't have like necessarily rules or anything, but it is somewhat of like a dialogue boss fight. It's your turn, it's their turn, point, counterpoint, you know, I like that kind of thing. Social offense and defense. Yeah, you know, I tried to codify it into rules in previous editions and stuff where, oh, you made a good point, it's +1, you're using your offense and whatever, but I found that actually just got in the way of it. And it gamified it in a way that wasn't fun. And so I keep the structure of combat, but you're just talking. And you're not rolling, it's not like, ooh, I need a high charisma to win. It's just like, have a good point and be right. Make a convincing argument, you know. I found that like charisma checks and stuff just completely got in the way of that and ruined it. Because somebody delivers like a really good little RP speech that really would convince the person. They thought about it and they said it. I'm not going to say it just fails because you have to now roll some d20 and look at your character sheet. You know, I'm not going to rob you of that. The whole point is role-playing. If you're not a charismatic person who is bad at thinking on their feet in real life, it's completely legitimate to be playing the role of someone who is. Just as you are not strong, or you don't have abs or whatever, and you're playing a barbarian. That's a fine character theme to have, right? You're a fantasy game after all, and so, you know, if you can't, if you're just bad at interacting and you clam up and you get confused when there's analysis paralysis about what to say at a right time, but you still want to roleplay the charisma guy, well, that's what those bonuses and leaning on die rolls are for, you know. But as a GM, it annoys me to no end when a player has a great point when they're talking to an NPC, and then I would normally have to roll some die and be like, nah. You know how hard it is to get players to make a good point or roleplay well, or like come up with a non-violent solution for something, or to come up with a plan that isn't stupid. If the players come up with a good plan, let it work. You don't have to be adversarial with everything. You want to reward them when they come up with a good plan. You don't need to throw a wrench into it just because for some reason deep down, like the player's thing, it can't work, you know. It was different than how you wanted the situation to get solved, right? I mean, a lot of this stuff is like thinking forward. Like, what kind of things do you want to oblige your players to do in the future? And come up with good plans is certainly one of them. And so I've had GMs over the years that seemed like they felt like they had to stop cool plans from working because it was their job to throw a wrench into everything. And I hugely disagree with that line of thinking. Anyway, kind of a tangent, but players come up with a cool plan, it is not against the law to let it work. It's so satisfying as a player when you come up with something neat that GM didn't think of and it's a good plan and it works. You're going to do that more in the future. love some of the older mid-early 2000s TRPGs that are just like, yeah, if they roleplay good, just skip the roll. Yeah, I take that to heart and really roll with it, I guess. Yeah, I'm not saying ignore the dice. You do need that structure there. So don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to, like, I don't know, change the entire charisma system or any such thing. I'm just saying the socially, charisma, convincing, stuff like that, I use it more as a safety net, or, well, I don't know. That was okay, we'll see. And it's sort of like you throw it to the judges, you know? Like on Jeopardy when their answer is almost right, maybe, and you're like, all right, judges, you know, that's kind of what I use the dice rolls for that one. It's a safety net, it's a parachute, it's a, I don't know how much I liked that, or that was almost there. Well, we'll see what the dice say, you know. But in the spectrum of GMs on how much they adhere to dice, I am more on the less adherent to dice. Like knowledge check, wizard guy, he specializes in evocation, and there's like an evocation specific question, like about the wizard that he was apprenticed for in his backstory or whatever. I'm just not going to have you roll for that, you just know it. Or the most basic wizard question, you know, what's a somatic component? I'm not going to have you roll to, like, remember what that is. You're a wizard, you do that, you know, all the time. So I'm, you know, a lot of the times I'm skipping rolls here and there when it makes sense to. That guy just run into the wall and now he's fucking gone. Alright. Hey, alright. Fading memories. This is a strange sort of intermission. For sure, you designed your bard around social interactions and combat being a close second. So you can talk the party out of a sticky situation, you will, but if it comes to blows, you can tussle with the muscle. Yeah, I shit on 5th edition D&D a lot because it deserves it, but one thing that I really liked that they did was they took great pains to lay out a very specific, like, 3 spheres of play idea. And people danced around it before, and somebody else probably described it, sure, somewhere, right? But they really laid it out, and I don't think they quite succeeded to implement all of it exactly, but the idea is wonderful. And it's the games are roughly 3 things: interaction, exploration, and combat. And how much you lean into 1, 2, or all 3 depends on what the players like and what the GM likes and what you're trying to do. But there should be a lot of all 3 of them. And you build the class's abilities so that every class can do a lot of all 3. And you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you make a class like Barbarian that can do literally nothing outside of combat and never talk to anyone and can't explore and just, like, he has, like, survival, I guess, and that's it. Because it makes for a lame, boring class that sits there eating hot chips and looking at their phone for 2/3 of the game. You know, and you can probably go too far with it where you accidentally make medieval Disney's Marvel superheroes the fantasy game by accident, and that's, like, kind of lame too, but I like giving every class a lot of all 3 of those, and as abilities too, not just like skills or whatever. I've heard a decent amount about the mothership system, but none of it is stuck in my head, and I haven't looked at it. Maybe I should. Maybe I've been accidentally doing some of the things that it wants you to do on purpose. Barbarian, another subclass of fighter. Yep. I'm fine with it in a system like 3.5, which might seem counterintuitive. In a system like 3.5 or 3.7.5, or Rifts, I mean, Rifts is so different that it's not even worth bringing up, but like, in a system like 3.5 and 3.7.5, it's fine to have entire classes, or subclasses or archetypes or prestige classes or whatever that are just like fighter but or fighter and because they do the work of making 100 of them. Like they just give you, they never stop printing books that just have 1 million of them in them, and so you're doing all of it, and so that's kind of fine as long as it's under the hierarchy of the system they make. Like, okay, there's essentially 6 classes, and then from there you have kind of a tree of life spreading down into archetypes and prestige classes, and each one splits off and keeps splitting off into prestiges and stuff like that. That's more fine. But in a game like 5th Ed, where you don't really have that, what you do have is subclasses, I guess archetypes you might call it. Then it's like, why is Barbarian a whole ass class? Some of their subtypes are pretty interesting and cool, though. You can fill it all out, but it is a little awkward. Maybe fighter is too general. Maybe that's the problem. You know, it could be either end of it, or none of the above, right? It could be that Barbarian or Ranger doesn't have enough of an identity to warrant not being a fighter subclass, or maybe fighter is just too broad, so it could be anything, and that's the problem, right? You could go either way with it, and it would make sense. Quinn's Quest has a great review that'll give a good idea of how it works prior to giving it a read of Mothership. Quinn's Quest has a great review. Okay. Yeah, I'll watch a YouTube video about it. As long as it's not shorter than 45 minutes, because then it ain't worth clicking on. But that's just how I feel about YouTube videos in general. I saw one pop up on YouTube and it was like a complete review of Desperia. And I'm like, Desperia, I remember that. That was that random Japanese game that never got ported over to America that I saw in a magazine one time, a million years ago. And the video is like 5 hours long, and I'm like, oh, good. Because if it was 25 minutes, I wasn't even going to click on it. Not even worth it. 5 hours? Let's fucking go. I'm in. Jelly beans. Wait, is this enhanced or legendary? Enchanted, okay. Yeah, Hackmaster 2 as well. You think in 5th they felt like they needed to hit all the classics with the classes and they just kind of pooped them out? I mean, that's not a bad take though. Like from a starting position, that's a fine starting, that's a fine way to start. You know? Look, we gotta hit all the classics. Right? And that's a very reasonable first sentence to talk about when you're starting to make a new edition after an edition that kind of lost its way in a lot of people's eyes. So I don't begrudge them for that. There's a lot of ways to cook an egg, right? I gotta get a drink. BRB. Alright, I'm back, sorry. Shusherus. What are we playing? EverQuest. The Hero's Journey emulated server. Really cool. Mixed 3 classes in one. A lot of combos. Why is Glup so cute? Because he's an ogre. The ogres in EverQuest are fucking stupid looking in a great way. They're so goofy. Let's pull some oozes. This walk cycle. Absolute goob. Stunned. Alright, we're good. love to have me review the Hackmaster system. I would have to play it. I couldn't just look through it unless it was a first time reading reaction or something, but I'd like to play something before I review it. But I wouldn't be adverse to playing a Hackmaster game. Even just a one-shot or something. '28. Is there a link on the Discord where you can find your EQ server, or is it private and I missed the memo? No, it's a emulated EQMU. I don't run it, I just play on it. It's called The Hero's Journey. I don't have a link on the Discord to it, but it's, I believe, the most popular EQMU server right now. Which I know you're kind of chortling at that, right? Because EQ is a dead game forever, but I don't know, there's dozens of us. There's like 2,500 people, sometimes 3,000 on the server at once. That's a lot for EverQuest. For a random private EverQuest server. Yeah, search for THJ, and Google will show it to you. They got a whole system for being, they got like a patcher and their own launcher and stuff. It's real easy. I lied. It's not real easy. The EQMU forums are kind of a nightmare to deal with and sign up for, and never forget your password. You'll never be able to get it back. But that's kind of separate. EQMU forums are like, they're a different beast altogether, and you kind of have to sign up to that before you can do the server that you're trying to connect to thing. It's not that bad. Just follow the directions, you'll be fine. THJ thing is very easy. It involves a little command line stuff in Steam, but they walk you through it, and then it's got an installer and a patcher, so it shouldn't be too big a deal. And their gimmick is really cool and interesting. I like mixing 3 classes, it's fun. Fun coming up with your different combos and stuff. It's more in a lot of private WoW servers. I actually don't know anymore. But yeah, probably. I mean, that's more than some EverQuest servers. Some retail ones. Some official ones. Especially if you count individual people instead of characters. A lot of boxing going on in the EQ world. No boxing on this server. Not allowed to do it. Because like the whole point of the server is that your character is so power dadded up that they're supposed to be able to solo just themselves. You wouldn't need to box. And boxing kind of shits up the community of any server. Just in general. And it's fucking annoying to do. It's not an enjoyable play experience to tab between 6 different people and link macros across all these different characters and put everybody on auto follow. It's a fucking nightmare. Anything but that. Why'd they kill the EQ brand? I mean, they didn't do it on purpose. They just died. Bro, EverQuest 2 came out. I was there. I played it. 2 weeks after EverQuest 2 released, World of Warcraft released for the first time. It was all over. That was it. That was the coffin and the lid of the coffin and the nail in the coffin all at the same time. It was fucking over. Bad luck. Sorry. Sometimes you get historically good luck, and sometimes you get historically bad luck, and that was it. Technically, it's not a dead game. They just released an expansion pack for it a few months ago. Their 31st expansion. It's like, you know, Daybreak runs it, and it's on life support forever, right? But technically, it's not dead. They have 6 or 7 developers, and they keep putting out stuff. It's not like dead, but, you know. I think they're working on EverQuest 3, which I can't imagine will go well, since EverQuest 2 is more popular, or EverQuest 1 is more popular than EverQuest 2. EverQuest was MySpace. Their fuck up was leaving too much room for improvement. I don't... No, that's... I wouldn't say that's true. Their problem was being the first to do basically everything exactly 2 years before everyone had the technology to make something 30 times better. Learning from all the lessons that you had to painfully figure out yourself. Sometimes early adopters and the first guy through the wall, you know, sometimes they manage to stay ahead forever, and sometimes, you know, you came out in 99, and then only a few short years later, everything advanced so much that it was impossible to compete against a young / middle-aged, you know, Blizzard in their prime, coming in with a recognizable IP, using all of the EverQuest mechanics except better, having an entire art team, you know, and sound team and all this, not basing it on some tank game from 1996, but in fact basing it on a proper engine, all this other stuff, you know. Sometimes you were just gonna lose. And you didn't necessarily do anything super wrong, you were just gonna lose. If you were talking about EverQuest 2 in that comment, then you're entirely right. Yeah, EverQuest 2 fucking sucked. So there is that. But I guess I'm just talking about EQ. Yeah, EverQuest 2 doesn't really have, you know, EverQuest 1 has a lot of nostalgia behind it, and EverQuest 2 really doesn't. And that's probably the deciding factor. Although I'm going to be perfectly honest, I really would rather play 1 than 2. Like, gameplay-wise. I played a lot of 2. Here and there. And I actively prefer 1's gameplay. And visuals. They're older and shittier, and look at you can count the fucking actual polygons on this dude, right? But EverQuest 2's art style is so gross and generic and bad that I would rather look at older, worse games, because at least they have charm. They have more charm to them. You know, WoW Classics graphics are awful, but it's got charm and a great art style. EverQuest 1 not so much, but it does have charm in a funny way. progression. It was objectively funny in the 2010s watching the tech world wind down from the rapid advancement of computers. It was sad to me. I was sad because the next generation wouldn't experience that. What a great time to be alive. You know? In a period of time as short as like 12 years, you went from a couple dozen colors of giant pixels to pixel art sprites, pre-rendered backgrounds, the earliest, ugliest 3D ever, all the way up into stuff like Unreal and Quake. And then a few years later, Crysis. Like, the advancement of visuals was so amazing. And we just came to expect it, because we grew up watching all that happen. Watch cassette tapes die and VHS die and get replaced by CDs, and then DVDs, and those die and Blu-ray, and then everything just kind of, hey, now we have 4K, and now it's 10 years later and we have 4K. Like, okay. We actually watched CG in movies get worse because they didn't feel like planning for giant effect shots anymore. They just shipped it off to a finishing company in a effects house and said, well, for financial reasons, we'll just wait until the last minute and then force you to churn it out. Because who gives a fuck? And in game design, Unreal 5 looks good enough. So just put all the Lego pieces together and then there you go. It's fine. It was different for Zoomers because you were young during Windows. Not the rapid progression. To us, it was just watching dudes who made big promises with no basis step on rakes over and over. Yeah. I guess they thought it would keep going. Dragon Skelly swagging up. Dude, I love the Dragon Skeleton. Draco Leach. Like, if you lived for the Apple Revolution, you're sure it would be sad, but you got different lens on reality. Yeah, it's... everybody grows up and sees different things, right? I'm actually happy that Apple didn't win. It would be a miserable world. We'd be closer to 40K, except nothing looks aesthetically pleasing at all. Where no one understands the technology they use, and it becomes somewhat of a religion instead. That's the worst possible future, is if Apple dominated global computing instead of Microsoft. You can't fix your device, you can't open your device, you don't own your device, you can't customize your device, you throw it away and you buy a new one and you like it. And we'll obfuscate how anything works behind a really shiny, bubbly field to make sure you're as computer illiterate as possible so it's easier to rip you off. Fucking Apple. We're kind of sort of going that direction anyway, sadly. But it could have been much worse. Look at that walk cycle, absolutely jamming with their little hands. Dancing to the music. Electric Boogaloo. Dragon Jam. Dragon Jam. Alright, new animated GIF emote. That thing would be like impossible to tell what it even is if I made an emote out of it. It'd just be a jumble of pixels and giant triangles. Maybe that's part of the joke. Oh, there's a singing one, right? I need to boost these songs. Singing mastery, there it is. Alright, it's ooze time. You ooze, you lose. Alright, so what do I gotta go do tomorrow at work? I gotta look at a Hackmaster thing, a Quinn thing, and a Mothership thing, yeah. Let's do every ooze. I think the runes can hold up for it. I think the runes can hold up for a pull that big. Because it can hold up for the rats, and if it can hold up for the rats, it can probably hold up for the oozes. Complete global ooze saturation. Each ooze. Gotta hide in the corner so they have to go around. They have to go around instead of possibly stopped. I don't think they cast, but the rats certainly do. Look at my bald ass head. Giant bald head in front of the screen. Alright, the oozes are still making their way around. The runes are holding, so we're good here. The last few trickle in. Oh no. Okay, it had some math to do. The entire game had to just... Look, I need you to please wait an entire 7 seconds. We got calibrations to do. I gotta do some quick math real... Jesus. Hey, it all worked out. Each ooze that dies spawns like 8 sub-oozes, and so that's what it was trying to calculate. Because every one of the big oozes, when it dies, spawns like 8 other ones, and so it was getting a little power of 2 happy there. Calculating. Damn, truly a great game. Very optimized. Still better optimized than EverQuest 2. Even 20 years later. It's actually crazy. The tech in this game was at one point groundbreaking. It was... You couldn't believe what you were looking at. It was like, I can't believe they can do this. We are living in the future. Those are the things that went through kids' heads when they saw this. It's actually 3D. It looks 3D. Can you believe it? 3D. Dialing up your 56K modem to absolutely trudge through at the time. Oh, we'll fear the Waddle Master. Dude, his waddling forces you to do so much math that the game lags for 10 seconds. And actually just hangs there doing math. I was told there wouldn't be math. I lied. Sir, they can't take any more of it. She's at capacity. No. Add more oozes. But sir, I said do it. Thoughts on WoW C devs going out of their way to recreate spell batching? The shit where your spell just doesn't cast because in 2007 it didn't register server-side. I disagree with them doing that because that wasn't everyone's experience. That was some people's experience with the shittiest internet connections. I had a good internet connection at the time and I didn't experience spell batching in 2004. So I didn't like it and I was pleased when they stopped doing it. Also, I think there's a big difference between going back and playing some old thing as it was at the time is a lot different than going back and playing some old thing as the world was at that time. And the latter you can never get back. And the times when you overtly try to, it's gonna like humongously fail to and just be annoying. That being said, I had a ton of fun with WoW Classic. It was great. It was everything I wanted. It was really an excellent experience, start to finish. But I wasn't looking to relive a part of my life. I was looking to replay an old game that I liked. That was an MMO that still had what is known as a community on a server, you know? Instead of a fracture of a shard of a switching area and connecting to a battleground of people from a different like battleground group that you'll never see again or know again. mechanics that forced you to interact with other players, because it's what an MMO was, instead of falling over yourself to let everyone solo everything in their individual theme park single-player experience. Now, there is some irony to me saying that as I solo in EverQuest 1. But I signed up to solo in EverQuest 1 on a solo server, right? It's also about doing what you signed up for. Aussie servers had subreddits for people to talk about shit that was going on in just their server. That's community, that's Aura, yeah. And have people become known on their server, right? For any reason. People becoming well known for being very helpful, very skilled, very mean, a scammer, fucking dickhead, terrible at the game, a cheater, speedrunner, a winner, right? Like you had like a little old community there, and you kind of have to allow the good and the bad there. That's what it means. A ninja looter, right? Or a guild that's famous for this or that, or a rival or this. Seeing the same people again and again on that place is special. And them just kind of phasing the world to this server or that server and seeing little asterisks next to people's names that you'll never see again to do a dungeon with that you click the button to teleport to. Something was lost there, at least for me. You regularly revisit WoWC content series because you like hearing the stories about infamous individuals. Yeah, it makes stories. That's fun. Reputations and things like that. That was the draw, that was like the point of MMOs, was to foster that. And because that idea was amazing and fresh and new. It was like astonishing. When people installed EverQuest in '99 and you typed to someone, you actually said, it was like in the articles and stuff, it was like, can you believe that I'm typing to another person across the world? They were like, their brains were exploding, right? They couldn't believe that was possible. And people played EverQuest not even really for the game sometimes. A decent percentage of people played EverQuest because it was so novel to have something called a chat room that you could talk to people states away or countries away and then have like some game to be playing technically at the same time. That was like a giant selling point. It blew their mind. And so if you're trying to make like a WoW classic, you can never capture that again. That was a time and a place. You can never go back to that, right? Unless everyone's just role-playing that, which would be funny. Like you join some WoW Classic server and people are like, I just talked to someone from Uzbekistan, can you believe it? Across the internet superhighway. Thanks, Jeb. And someone would be like, that wasn't Jeb. That was the other guy who failed to become president. Series of Tubes, they put so much focus on Mythic that 5% of the players even do in retail WoW. Well, they're correct to do that part. That's entirely correct and justified. I'm not sure how it wouldn't be. What are you even playing the game for if you don't look at aspirational content and try to capture it for yourself? Try to do it. Try to get there and see it. That criticism is always weird to me. Why do you even spend time doing stuff that only 5% of the players will see, or 10% of the players will see, or 1% of the players will see it? Because it's aspirational. You look on the Steam achievement percentages for games on Steam. Hold on, apparently there's a bike. I'm gonna skip that part. Too loud. Anyway, go on Steam achievements and look at the percentage of people who've beaten some game, right? Now, this isn't true for every game, but a lot of games, only like 15% of people, 15, have beaten a particular game. So, were the devs wasting their time giving the game an ending? Only 15% of players will see it. Just have the game shut off instead of have a final cutscene or have a final boss. Just say you win instead, you know? I think it's silly. The real point is, as long as 95% are having fun, and 5% are having fun, then there is no problem. Usually less than 50% of people have gone past the first hour of any game, if we're going to go off Steam achievements. Yeah. I think that sounds true. I'm not sure the exacts, but it sounds decently true. I'm going to try to create another ooze crash, because it's funny. Well, not crash, just hang. It was hanging. By gum, it didn't crash, though, you know? It sat there and it did its math, and then it's like, okay, I'm done, here you go. And to its credit. And because a lot of the times, the content they make for just 5% of the players is the best content by far. And it's something to work towards. Alright, the last few oozes are trickling in. Can I twin cast this spell? Will that make it even more crazy? Ooh, okay, we had a little bit of a slowdown, but no lockup this time. Hey. It's a learning computer. Everything must have gone exactly right. It must have been a crit, I bet. That caused all of them to die at once, so it had to calculate all. That one, it did it in about 4 batches. Like about 25% of them died at a time, which caused fewer slimes. We're going to have to improve, do a few more tests. Make sure we can perfect the summon all the uses at the same time and cause EverQuest to literally stop working for 10 full seconds as it does the math and then continue. Old jank shooters where you'd mash screenshot to get out of damage. I mean, there was a bug like that in Doom 2016 where you shot the BFG and then opened up the weapon wheel and the damage was still happening behind the screen because everything else paused except that. And so you'd shoot the BFG, open up the weapon wheel, and then just wait there for a few seconds as the boss got not even slowly, but kind of quickly killed by the one shot of it. It was a cool bug. I believe they fixed it, or they half fixed it or something. I haven't looked at a 2016 speedrun in a while, I'm not sure. But I don't know, I think stuff like that is cool and charming. Keep it in. It's fun. Remember fun? Fuck balance. Dude, balance is boring. It's the rough edges and the crazy shit that shouldn't be allowed that you remember for years. Yeah. I tried fun ones, didn't care for it. EQ server guys diverting full power to Glup Shitto's farm zone to prevent another crash. Yeah, they got a little game dev Jean-Luc Picard. Full power to front shields. Glup Shitto is pulling a bunch of oozes again. He's doing it on purpose. He tried to twin cast it. And this is the last character that I need to, like, grind AAs on. So, the next time there's an EverQuest stream, it's gonna be filled with stories and quests and content. Planes of Power flagging. Oh, Jesus. Oh, a Yuffie card? Is it a good one, CJ? I don't like her. So I hope not. But if it's mechanically cool, I'll do it anyway. That bitch stole all my materia like 2 or 3 times. And I don't give a fuck if she has a good reason for it or not. Parenthetical if she doesn't. Don't steal my shit. You feel like becoming a game dev is Satan extending his hand for a shake? Yeah, being a game dev fucking sucks. It's actually kind of miserable. Because you have to deal with players, and players don't realize how unbelievably retarded they are. And that's fine, that's their purview. Like, everyone has their role to play. But players are so awful. But so are game devs. Don't forget it. Both sides suck in different ways. More layoffs. There should be more layoffs, but more players having to admit that they're horrible, and their stupid-ass ideas would literally ruin the game they like. Because they don't know dick about anything. And their terrible, unthought-out, armchair just do this, lol, fixes to whatever would make the game so much worse, even for themselves. So, look, both sides have some issues to get through. And only one side is working. The other one's playing. Oh, Sewer Slud gets a little weird sometimes. The next album is called Schizophrenia Simulation. Perhaps it will accompany with a seizure warning or something. I don't know. Does EQ have an infamous cybersex area like Goldshire Inn? Not that I recall, no. Yeah, I wish I had a cooler answer, but not. I've tried to think about it for a little while, but no. You can't be that starved for eroticism that you want to bang this waddling ogre. Now, first of all, this is the peak male form. You might not like it. But no, there was a lot of that, but it was... I remember it being like outside the game. People would write giant fanfics and stories. There was one girl, she wrote this like huge sexual fanfic about her dark elf character, and because it was a woman fantasy, it featured a whole lot of what's a nice way of saying super violent sex? Well, whatever, that. And she got, like, banned from the game because of it, even though the whole thing happened outside of the game. I recall that one event. Yeah, girls can't even goon anymore. Can't women have anything? Jesus. It wasn't written particularly well, if I was honest. But I don't think she needed to get banned for it. How much internet smut is written well? In a way, I don't think it should be. In a certain respect. There's some War and Peace in there, but that's a product of pure volume. Maybe she was banned for the quality of her writing and not the content. Oh, that could be. In which case, we should do that more often. Yeah, 99% of everything is bad. True stat. Real strats. Dark Elf smut, how pedestrian, eroticized the dragon skeleton, and we'll talk. Look, this was the... Oh, pardon me. Smoke alarm went off within the song. Anyway, this was the early days, okay? People were inventing Dark Elf smut. Well, okay, that's not true. The Drist books were had been out for a while since then, but... It was still among the early days, I guess. There's something strange with that particular spider spawns in a weird spot. It might be slightly under the ground or some Z-axis problem with the door. It always teleports all over the place when you're trying to deal with it. Which is why it's nice to have a pet class, because the pet doesn't care about... doors, walls, ceilings, or anything like that. It'll just chase it into the void and end up killing it there somewhere. Billion horny monkeys banging out one-handed fanfic about Kingdom Hearts. Eventually you'll get the Great Gatsby. Hopefully someday the monkeys will make a better book. Hey, you know, I thought about this recently. An infinite number of monkeys on an infinite number of typewriters will one day churn out the entire works of Shakespeare. That happened. Like, that's how that exact thing happened. Like, we're cousins to them. And we made typewriters and we wrote Shakespeare. That literally happened. Shakespeare was a horny monkey. Truly, that was my point. Yeah. Sounds like the start of a rhyme. Shakespeare was a horny monkey. And a very horny monkey was he. Be like an alternative woodchuck rhyme, except about Shakespeare. This song's trying to connect to the internet. I don't know, I'm kind of into it. You don't like that the internet gives every idiot the chance to find every similar idiot to tell them they're not an idiot? No, that's fine. That's fine. And even kind of good. The problem is when the concept of the forum, like when all the forums die and are replaced by giant social media, and the containment seals are broken, and all of those idiots are now in the center of the public square, that's the real problem. The forums were a containment zone. They were the giant frozen metal orb that held the genetic material of Akira and kept it safe from the rest of the world. And so along with all the other sad things after the death of forums, the broken seals were it as well. I love the Eldritch information leviathan of the internet. We have created God and its AI slop on Facebook. Blah. Wood Elf forum post in 2011. Hell yeah. I actually missed my turn. Oh, I'm capped out. Ooh, I have to spend AAs while grouping up all these monsters now. Because those I'm going to kill all of them and not get any AA points. You can have a max of 100. So I got to spend some as soon as I jump down from here, I think. There's some open areas to auto run through. Alright. Mine crash. Prolonged destruction. Pyromancy. Quick damage. I'm gonna start moving them in a circle. Oh, I just ran through them. Fine. Singing mastery. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, limericks are easy and fun. How much does one rat blob give? Like 20. Okay. Hey, no big deal. I'm gonna open some loot boxes. See if we hit the jackpot. Last stream was lucky I got one. I made 75,000 platinum off of it. Now the prices have gone up, so the next one I'll be making 85,000 platinum on. Gotta open enough eggs. Have 8 spins of the wheel. The trick to winning is to keep playing forever. Jelly beans, title, jelly beans, chocolate bunny. Ooh, legendary armored protection, that's worth a lot. Enchanted abominable rituals, that's okay. Glamour, worthless. And jelly beans, alright. No basket this time. But legendary armored protection is like basically almost as good. Nice. You're late as hell. Did the Krule boys get something funny? They did. They got interesting, flavorful, weird stuff that looks kind of fun. I don't think it's terribly powerful. And it might not work very often, but it's like flavorful and neat and fun to try. And one of their abilities they did get is strong. So overall, good work. The game isn't necessarily lacking power. The game is lacking flavor. And so if they're going to inject flavor into it, sure. And if it has to be like weird and kind of silly, then I guess Krule Boyz is a fine place to put it. Along with like Gits or whatever. So yeah, we continue the streak. Nobody so far has gotten like completely screwed. There are more exciting updates than others, I guess, but nothing so far has been like truly boring, which is the real killer. Boring is always worse than weak. Although if you get too weak, then you can't do it, the thing doesn't even work, and that's the same as boring, right? So I guess don't forget that part of it. You are swimming under the ground. That's cool. Well, best thing I can do is run around and get on a different height map, maybe, until you feel like teleporting to me. I can see where they are. They're outside of the game world. I think they're approaching. It might work. Have to wait. Alright, I have a plan. New plan. There you are. Just as I thought. You weren't down, you were up. This fucking crunchy run. I wonder when the next dev QA interview is. I want to say the last one was last week. They do maybe one a month or every other week. I'm going to have to look into it. But the devs of this server seem to have their heads on pretty straight. Probably the best managed MU server I've seen so far. Although one of the things is, to avoid potential issues, they're not going to ever release any content for it during a time when EverQuest proper is releasing content. So like, if Retail EverQuest is coming out with a new expansion, then like the weeks leading up to it and the weeks after it, they're not gonna be basically doing anything for this server. Just so there's no possibility of stealing, not stealing customers, but I guess players in a certain respect. Which is definitely like a not written down, non-contractual, implied verbal agreement thing that Daybreak and Retail EverQuest is just real nice guys to let exist. You love to see it. Alright, I think we'll do one more ooze. One final ooze. Try to get lucky. I think the initial one crit, and that was what caused it. Because the trick is you have to kill all of the oozes with the same single pulse, so that it has to calculate how many secondary oozes are spawning. Which is like octuple the number. Man, it's gonna be nice being on the Paladin Monk again and being immune to stun. Something I just completely forgot about. Being a tank class, and so you just don't have to worry about fear or stun ever. 100% immune. And then playing this wizard bard and playing the pet class, and you're just stunned like all the time. Alright, and now we wait. We wait for them to group up. The slime. All right. No, it only killed some of them. All right. Maybe next time. And a title. Alright, good shit. Hey, thanks for watching. I'll be live tomorrow for more Age of Sigmar news. And Thursday, Dude Eternal. No, wait, not Eternal. Dude the Dank Ages. Probably. Other two streams might be short. They might go long. I might do maybe a me-side. Or Autismo Factory. Number 1 or 2. But regardless, pause. TYVM for watching. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. I'll see you tomorrow for more news.